Welcome to Pinsire Basketball Live. We are covering the NBA trade deadline. A lot of moves have already gone off. We're going to be live tracking it. I am somebody who watches a ton of NBA basketball beyond the Toronto Raptors. This is going to be a pretty Raptor-specific stuff, but I believe that I am capable, or at least someone who's capable of giving you insights into other deals that are also going down, have a pretty good idea of who these players are, have watched them extensively going back to college. So the Toronto Raptors make a move, which I'm not sure how exactly this move is supposed to happen because Kyra Lewis was traded and could not. Do the trade restrictions that apply to Bruce Brown and in that he cannot be packaged with anybody else? Can someone let me know this? Does that not apply to Kyra Lewis? How is he part of this deal with Otto? I was under the impression that he could not be traded with the same with other players. So that in itself, maybe that has to be ironed out. It's a 3-team trade. That's what I thought. Okay, perfect. That makes sense. Okay. In terms of the two players the Raptors got back, a lot to say, obviously. Number one, when this trade initially was talked about, it was talked about in the context of it's going to be Bruce Brown, right? It was going to be Bruce Brown for, okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, cool. It was talked about in the context of it's going to be Bruce Brown for Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbagi. And immediately when I saw Agbaji there, I was like, shoot, the Raptors are probably going to have to add a first-round pick in this. And apparently that trade must have broken apart because it's ended up not including Bruce Brown. So that leads me to think that the Raptors have another offer for Bruce Brown that they perhaps want. And this was a deal that worked for the Jazz. From the Jazz side, what do they get? They get a cap. They get some cap relief, I guess. I haven't looked at Kelly Olynyk's contract in a bit, but we'll definitely look at that. We'll look at Ochai Agbagi as well. Agbaji was the 14th overall pick in last year's draft, and last year being 2022, the 2022 draft, and I really like him. Obviously very well coached at Kansas. Masai Ujiri has known Ochai Agbaji's family for decades now. In fact, it was Masai Ujiri in a conversation with Masai that actually forced Ochai to go back to Kansas because he basically told him that he wasn't ready, and this is what he needs to do, and that's what he needs to do. From the perspective of the Raptors, obviously, it's very easy to brush over the Kelly Olynyk part because Kelly is 31 or 32 years old, and Ochai is like 23, and so young, shiny prospect, etc. Leslie saying Nigerian and Canadian connection. Sure. Also, really good people. The Toronto Raptors unfortunately traded one of my favorite Raptors who played grand total probably like 15 to 20 games for them all of 2 seasons in Otto Porter. I really didn't like how the media or the fans really responded to Otto. I think he deserved better. He's been healthy for most of this year, and I look forward to hopefully seeing him help the Utah Jazz. I think he'll help. Like, he's a really good player. In terms of what the Raptors needed, obviously, Kelly Olynyk is a very, very good player. How good a player is he? I think there's a really solid case to be made that he might be your 4th best player right now. He might be your 3rd best player. I don't know. He's a damn good player. Yeah. Masai is only signing people who want to be in Toronto, Canadians and African connections. I don't necessarily think that that's true, but sure. Clearly, there was a connection with Kelly and his camp. I think he helps so much. I think between Kelly Olynyk and Jakob Poeltl, you go from having one of the worst center rotations in the NBA to one of the best like that. Yeah, I'm not kidding. No cap. Like, Kelly Olynyk's a really good player. He can also occasionally play with Jakob. He is a really good rebounder. He's a pretty damn good defender too. And he's a stretch big that you've needed forever. And honestly, if you told me last year, Kelly Olynyk or Jakob Poeltl, I probably would have chosen Kelly. That is how high I am on Kelly Olynyk's fit in an offense that includes guys like Scotty Barnes and Emmanuel Quickly. Chad saying, have we found our primary defender in Ochai? It's Ochai, not Oshai. To the Ochai Agbagi element of this, I really like him. As a prospect, I really like him. Would I have preferred someone a little bit younger, maybe like an AJ Griffin or something like that? Sure, but we're splitting hairs at that point. What do I like about Ochai? I like his length. I like the fact that he can defend. He hasn't defended super well at the NBA level yet. I like the fact that he's known to a lot of players already on this team. Specifically, I'm sure that there's a connection with Grady Dick, given that they're both Kansas Jayhawks. I like that he comes from good people. I really admire that. I think if you're expecting him to start, like maybe pump the brakes on that. But he is definitely, I think he's a better defender than RJ Barrett. I think he's definitely got more defensive upside than guys like RJ Barrett. And this is just based on my read of Ochai Agbagi from listening to interviews with him over the years, watching his growth at Kansas. I just love him. I think he's a really, really good person. That's what I feel. I've never met him, never talked to him, but the feel I get from listening to people who cover him, from reading about him, from listening to his interviews is just a really solid guy to have in your locker room. He is a guy who had massive, massive catch and shoot chops at Kansas. Has he adjusted properly to the NBA? I don't know. Right. So let's just take a look at the other trades that are going on, and then we'll refresh as we go. And as we're going, certainly we can talk about trades as they're happening, etc. So let's just flash through here. Our boy Malachi Flynn is now a Piston. Oh, this is bad. I'm sorry. There's going to be some construction. And my mic is facing up. Sucks. You're going to see me lose my mind. I hate construction. Okay. I understand it has to happen, but damn, it bothers me. I apologize in advance. Stop. Fuck. Okay. The Knicks get Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks. The Pistons get Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, and Ryan Arcidiacono. And 2 second-round picks. Wow. Me struggling with that last name. Okay. I like this move for the Knicks. Obviously, I think Alec Burks he's been great. He's been really, really good. And, they trade a whole bunch of players who really aren't playing very much for them. Quentin Grimes, obviously, being the best player to go out. Malachi's actually been pretty okay. But getting shipped to the third team, the writing is on the wall for Malachi Flynn. I actually do think he played relatively well in New York, so yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for him. Let's see what else here. The Washington Wizards are nearing a deal to send Daniel Gafford to the Dallas Mavericks for Rashawn Holmes and draft compensation. That is a good deal for Dallas. The biggest trade, I don't know if you can call it the biggest trade, is Gordon Hayward going to the OKC Thunder. I like this move for them. I'm not sure if that's what I would have done. I'm surprised that they didn't go for Kelly Olynyk. I think Kelly would have helped them a hell of a lot more. I think that really would have helped. In terms of the pick that the Raptors are sending, it is that OKC pick. Naturally, this now opens you up to taking back a trade. Taking back a pick in the 2024 draft. If 2024 overcompensation was your Andrew saying Kelly is mad underrated. Hell yes, he is. Okay, so if Kelly Olynyk is a Raptor, if this is not some part of jettisoning him off to some other team, I believe the Raptors are telling you for the third straight deadline the same thing, that despite Masai Ujiri's playing for what, quote, early, that he really does believe that this team is playing bound. Unfortunately or fortunately, um, that's what it's going to be. Were there any other trades that I'm forgetting about here? Ty Cornfield, hell yes, we will look at Kelly Olynyk for sure. We will look at Kelly. We'll look at Ochai Agbagi. We can talk about his college stats, etc., how it grew. I think he's a really interesting player. Again, I was a little bit bummed out that we didn't get Xavier Tillman, but c'est la vie. I was even more bummed that he ended up going to a team that I thought could have used one of our players, but alas, the deal gets done. And yeah, I mean, to be a fly on the wall when the Raptors are negotiating with the Utah Jazz, like Masai Ujiri versus Danny Ainge is like, it's like the Spider-Man meme, right? Neither guy wanting to give an inch. So typically you're in a deal like that, you're going to get something pretty fair. In terms of where I think, the Toronto Raptors are right now, I think now they are within earshot. Oh, the Buddy Hield trade. Yes, Buddy Hield going to the Sixers. Where the hell is that right now? Why am I not seeing it? Okay, let's go to Shams. Okay. So where are we? Buddy Hield. There we go. So Buddy Hield to the Sixers. Okay, and also Shake Milton, Troy Brown, and second round pick for Monte Morris to the Timberwolves, which kind of takes out one player from the Dennis Schroeder sweepstakes. I think it's a good deal. Specifically, I think the Knicks probably did the best so far of the teams that have made trades. I think Bogdanovich, when surrounded by better players, is just a really, really solid player. Like he's a capable defender, if not a good defender. I think the Pistons are kind of confusing the hell out of me right now because they end up getting Malachi Flynn and Quentin Grimes, which I'm assuming is the prize of that deal. But they end up giving up two players that are actually contributing to winning. Are they signaling they don't want to win anymore? I don't know. Does Quentin Grimes really... I mean, Quentin Grimes is a catch and shoot player. I guess you could make a case that he fits. Here's a fun fact for you. The Pistons, after last night beating the Sacramento Kings, are 4-6 in games that Cade Cunningham does not play, and they are 3-37 in games where he does play. To put that into perspective, they have a 7% winning record when Cade Cunningham plays. They have a 40% winning record when he doesn't play. What does that tell you about the state of the Pistons right now? And also the instrumental role that guys like Alec Burks have played in actually getting you the few wins that you've gotten. So, sure. I've always been a big Alec Burks fan. So, yeah. Rob, were you excited? Rob, were you exited that they may have talked about a Markkanen trade? No chances are low, but again, he's someone who can be paired with Barnes. Yeah, I don't know if that was done, and I'm not sure. What I will say is that, and I do have an update that we have 540 of you in here. I have a good update. So yesterday I made a big stink about Dennis Schroeder winning the chain last night. I was very pissed off. I said he had a really bad game. Note, by the way, that as a big Scotty Barnes fan, I didn't talk too much about Scotty Barnes last night because I also thought he had a bad game as well. So let me show you something that's going to tell you why I was so complimentary of Grady and Bruce Brown last night, but I was not complimentary of Dennis Schroeder. Hang on one sec. Man, I need like an assistant to do like video coordination or something for me. Okay, look at this. Do you see that? That's last night's box plus minus sorted from top to bottom. How did you give player of the game to the guy who is the 8th best player. I mean, honestly, I think he was worse than Barnes, but that's just me. I think Trent, I think Thad was worse than Barnes too. So maybe, you could say like the numbers are not everything, but like with Dennis, you felt it. He took terrible shots. Like, what are we talking about, right? Alex S, do we like the trade? So here's the thing. If Kelly Olynyk stays on the Raptors, then the goal for me is clarified. You are absolutely going. Sorry, this is not on topic, but Chubb just got demonetized. Why? Also, Goateology. Congratulations. 100,000 subscribers, my dude. Congratulations. I didn't actually have a chance to reach out to you personally, but I gave you like a public shout out during yesterday's stream. But congratulations, man. Like, I'm very, very proud of you. And obviously, keep up the great work. In terms of Chubb getting demonetized, what's that old movie quote? That ain't got nothing to do with me. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at hang on one second. Dun, dun, dun. So let's look at Kelly Olynyk's contract here. He's expiring, but you hold his bird rights. And that's interesting to me. You gave up a first round pick for a guy that would probably be, a mid-level candidate next year, which might be good for you as well. Like, there's no way you make this trade with no intention of re-signing him. But this has okay, so let me just put it this way. This has a lot of Thaddeus Young and Jakob Poeltl vibes to it. Like, almost guaranteed you can definitely bank on the Toronto Raptors playing for or trading for a player in a lost season or a borderline lost season, which you're not contending, who is over their prime. And, last year was Jakob, who's considerably younger. In terms of Kelly, he had a descending contract. What would he be worth on his next deal? Well, he's still a very serviceable player and a very valuable player type as a stretch big. I think he could be worth anywhere close to probably what he's making right now. I think he could be worth as much as like 35 over 3. I know it doesn't have anything. What's the T on Chev? I don't know what the T means, but yeah, I don't want to talk about that guy personally. I'm not really I got nothing to say about him. I'm not a fan. All right, so let's in terms of like the re-signing price on Kelly Olynyk, I could see it being anywhere close to like 3 years, 35. This is obviously like, when guys get up to the let's say like 32 age, like when they get to the 32 age, like they're pretty much looking at their last contract. So obviously if there's a team out there that really, really, really values him and they offer him like 3-year, full mid-level, you're going to have to match that. And unfortunately the full mid-level, and he will be a candidate for the full mid-level, it could be, I think what's the mid-level next year? Like 13, 14, 15 million. So, I mean, you could end up having to sign this guy for a little bit more. Is he worth it? Hell yes, he is. He's absolutely, absolutely, absolutely worth it. He's a really, really good player. Also, this is like probably one of my favorite tweets. That's funny. Okay, sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke here. Yeah, in terms of like Ochai Agbagi is the let's call him the prize in this. Is he a premier? Let's call him like, is he a premier like young wing in the NBA? Would I prefer Quentin Grimes or AJ Griffin or whatever? I think it depends on how you see him. If you see him as the prospect, right? Min Young Chung, hey man, thanks a lot for reaching out about Pendants. Appreciate you. Why are we trying to acquire Kelly? Well, primarily because he's a very valuable player type. And I think maybe the Raptors thinking on this is that he's going to age pretty well, right? Yeah. This is exactly it. Look, if Ochai Agbagi had become what he was supposed to become coming out of Kansas, you probably can't trade him for a weak first round pick and Otto Porter's expiring and Kyra Lewis, right? You just can't. Do you think he can have a Kuminga type of jump, maybe better shooting? I think Kuminga is like no, I don't think it's going to be Kuminga. I think the comparable prospect here would probably be Moses Moody. They have a very similar frame. So again, we'll take a look at Agbaji's college stats, and I think that you'll probably be pretty impressed with him overall. Like he showed a lot of progression, like a lot of good progression at Kansas. So here he is. So let's look at the advanced stats for a sec here. And we'll also look at the per 100s. So you're seeing steady growth every single year. I love this in young players, right? So first of all, he comes out not a starter in his first year. He's an occasional starter. He was like more of a sixth man starter, you know, in his third year. He attempted a ton of threes right out of the gate, but he wasn't that much of a playmaker. He didn't have high usage. And you'll notice that from 4.5, 4.6 boxes minus to 9, just to put this into perspective, like Kansas is playing in one of the biggest, like hardest divisions. The Big 12 is one of the hardest college divisions. And for him to basically be the player, he was the best player in the country, or one of the 2-3 best players in the country. That was very impressive. Granted, he was a senior when he did it. In terms of his per 100 stats, you can see that there was a big jump from where he was as a freshman at the age of 18 to where he got to as a senior, where he averaged 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 2.5 assists. I think Agbaji reminds me a little bit of wings that the Raptors development staff have had success with in the past, namely guys like Desmond Bane, Mikal Bridges, Devin Booker. Not that level necessarily, but maybe like some variation of that, something close to that, right? So, okay, not close to Devin Booker and Desmond Bane. These guys are like borderline all-stars and superstars. What I'm saying is that some of the toolkit that existed with a guy like Mikal Bridges in terms of athletic potential, length, athleticism, shooting potential, etc. All these things, they do exist, right? The Buddy Hield trade. Okay, let's look at the Buddy Hield trade again for 1 second here. Okay. Wait, what? Construction. Sorry about the construction, guys. Another first. I'm gonna just start muting myself when the thing comes up. You're gonna see me like lose my mind if this continues. All right. I'm trying not to, but like it sucks because it's right above my head and it's right in the floor above. All right. Hopefully they will stop. Okay. What was the Buddy Hield trade? It was. I think the Buddy Hield trade is good. The Sixers are in a bit of a free fall right now, right? And Nick Nurse can coach defense, which means that hopefully he can coach a non-defender into defense. But yeah, like Buddy Hield is going to have a fun time playing for a coach who preaches defense that much. Mitchell included in the Hayward trade is good. Yeah. Rob, you clickbaited. These fools are going to come in as if they can't think for themselves. I don't understand what you're talking about. What? Let's go, Mavs. Gafford. Oh, yeah. And no Kuzma. Gafford's a good player. It's a good young player. It's an interesting fit with Luka Doncic. I like it. Ochai Agbagi seems like a 3-and-D player. He is, yeah. So I mean, like, let's take a brief look here. I mean, I don't really have like a hot take on the Buddy Hield situation. Like, I think it's a pretty understandable trade. I'm not really sure. Wait, what was the trade here? Okay, so what are the exact details of that trade? Where the hell is it? Where's the rest of this trade? I'm assuming it has to do with Morris, but like, does it? By the way, there's a call-in link in the description if you would like to call in. Let me know if it's not up, but it should be up. Yeah, there's a call-in link. That's hilarious. There we go. So it's Marcus it's Morris Korkmaz and 3 seconds. I thought it was 2 seconds, but okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm curious from the Indiana Pacers side. Like, I'm assuming that, you know, Aaron Nesmith getting so much better, getting Pascal Siakam to shore up some of the scoring issues. Benedict Mathurin, like, I'm not saying like he's a bust at all. Please understand, very talented young player, but he's not a player that I'm excited about going forward. So, yeah. Okay. Let's get to Shams. Yeah, I mean, do I like this trade for Gordon? Lakers and Warriors are so quiet, strange. I mean, from the Raptors side, like, you could certainly see a case to be made that they have to trade Bruce Brown, right? And maybe the whole league knows that they have to trade Bruce Brown. And when put in situations like this, the Raptors will often, you know, buck the trend and just say, okay, well, you know, we'll just play it out till the offseason. The problem is, you know, with that contract, it's very valuable. He was your best player last night, you know, for whatever it's worth. And if you're going for the play-in, maybe you could sell yourself on the idea of him being a part of that, right? Because he's definitely a rotation player. So I made this case earlier that the Raptors lack upper end top shelf talent. Top shelf talent, of course, harder to get, rarely available, etc. Here's the thing. I think that the Toronto Raptors desperately need to consolidate some of this loose depth into a player who is either actually on that level or can get there one day. The only players on this team that I genuinely believe have the top shelf, top end potential to be top 50 guys in the NBA are Grady Dick, Scotty Barnes, who already is, and Emmanuel Quickley, right? If you think RJ Barrett can get there, it would take a pretty big leap for him to get there, despite what Raptor fans are saying about him being the best player on the team, etc. He's not. So, and Emmanuel Quickley is not there right now. He has a long way to go. He has a lot of holes to shore up. If he's not going to become Steph Curry or Trae Young offensively, then he's got to become, at the very least, he's got to become at least like a 75th percentile defender for this to work. Like, when you're not like one of the top 10 offensive point guards, which he's not because of glaring issues with, you know, finishing and playmaking, etc. Even though he has like a very impressive shot from above the break and he shoots like 45-46% from up there, and it's a very valuable thing to be able to just get your shot off like in the deep range. Even though those things are very positive for him and he's 24 years old. Elliot Roberts saying, should we have given our first round pick for Kelly Olynyk, Rob? I guess it depends on what else you do, right? So these trades, you know, like in a vacuum, it's not for Kelly Olynyk though. just to give it in perspective here. So every trade is aggregated, right? So consider this. Is Kelly Olynyk worth more than Otto Porter right now? Easily. Is Kelly Olynyk worth more than Otto plus Kyra Lewis? As in, if the Jazz went around shopping Kelly Olynyk, could they get more than you could get for Otto and Kyra Lewis? Of course they could. So the gap really there is that that first round pick is really for Ochai Agbagi plus maybe like 10% of Kelly Olynyk, right? So that's how that value is being created. And I think this is the question that you actually need to ask is Ochai Agbagi worth a late first round pick? And I think the answer to that is it depends on how good you want to be and when you want to be good. If you want to be good next year, then hell yes, he is, right? He is worth a second. He's worth a late first round pick that with the Thunder's ascent is going to be at worst 25th or 26th, right? Now, obviously, if the Thunder free fall, well, then it could be as high as, I don't know, as low as 24, 23. But I doubt they're going to free fall. It could be as high as 30, actually. So, yeah, that pick that you traded is going to end up somewhere between 24 and 29, 30. And I think Kelly Olynyk is a good enough player that having his bird rights and thereby not having to use your mid-level to get him, to keep him, if you have it. So there's a few things that will determine the, let's call it the efficacy of this trade. Number one, is Kelly Olynyk coming back? And at what price? That matters to me a lot. Because if you're going to overpay him, as you often do with a lot of players, they overpaid Chris Boucher, they overpaid Dennis, they overpaid Jalen McDaniels. If they're going to overpay for Kelly Olynyk, then I have doubts about his fit long-term with this timeline. But he is a player that, unlike, I made a big stink earlier in the year about Pascal Siakam maybe not being the type of player who's going to age super well. Kelly Olynyk is the type of player who's going to age super well. And honestly, it's a little bit unfortunate right now that you never got to see Kelly Olynyk with OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes, because I think he would have seen something really, really cool there. So that's one element of this trade. The second element of this trade is, what does Ochai Agbagi become for the Toronto Raptors? In terms of, talent, he has more talent than the young prospects you've been working with, like your Justin Champagnes and your Ron Harpers and your Delano Bantons and David Johnsons. I think maybe the Raptors had a little bit too much hubris about the type of prospects they could actually develop because they had so much luck with guys like Norman Powell, Fred VanVleet as late picks. They were just like, we're God. We're King Midas. We can touch anything. We can make them anything. Well, no, you can't, right? At some point, you do have to have certain physical, mental, emotional qualities in order to become a really good NBA player. And I think Ochai Agbagi has a lot in common with a lot of players who've done well with the Raptors in the past, specifically when Jamo was here. Wingspan, connection with Masai. These are two good things that I think go in your favor. That it's a little bit of an underrated, thing of like, how does a player feel about actually coming to your team? What relationships already exist there for him? How does he fit the culture of how you want to actually play basketball? Ochai Agbagi is a very smart player. I think he fits 0.5 offense really well. I'm looking forward to having him on the team for sure. Jordan Nwora is a guy who actually fits well as well. Like, I mean, if you look at where the Raptors roster was earlier in the season to where it is now, so you had Grady 1.0, now you have Grady 3.0. He's a much better player. Grady is a much better player. So if you go down the list of Raptors players right now, if we looked at their roster, there are 10 NBA players on this team. For sure, there are 10 real rotation players on this team. Count them out. Do me a favor. Count them out. Kelly Olynyk, RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes, Jakob Poeltl. That's 4. That is the 4. hold on. Let me try that again. Kelly Olynyk, Scotty Barnes, Jakob Poeltl, RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley. That's 5 for sure. Yes. Let's add a 6th in Dennis Schroeder for now. That's 6. For now, Bruce Brown. That's 7. For now, Chris Boucher. If he plays, that's 8. You have 8 legit NBA players. Let's add Gary Trent Jr. to that list. Now you have 9. And let's add Grady Dick now for good measure, because I think that on a middling somewhat team, he is capable of giving you 8 to 10 minutes. That is a pretty solid rotation. Have I missed anybody? Jordan Nwora. That's 11, right? Hold on. Let me look at the Raptors roster here. Boucher won't be playing on any team. I simply disagree. Chris Boucher is so underrated, man. He has not played well here, but he is absolutely a rotation player in the NBA. I did not miss Gary, speaking ghostwriter. I did bring him up. Okay, so here's the Raptors roster. Kyrie Lewis, gone. Marquise Noel, no, is not a rotation player. Javon Freeman Liberty, potential, but no, he's not a rotation player. So you have Nwora as a rotation player, for sure. He's a guy who's played major minutes on a really good team as early as 2 years ago. He's in his 3rd year. He's 25 years old. I think he's got some potential. Okay. That is for sure a rotation player. Bruce Brown is for sure a rotation player. Otto Porter is gone. RJ Barrett is for sure a rotation player. Emmanuel Quickley is for sure a rotation player. Jakob Poeltl, Chris Boucher. Done. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 9 rotation players. Now, did you trade any of these guys? No, you traded Otto Porter and Kyrie Lewis. And by the way, I think Otto was also a rotation player. So maybe you're saying like we're nowhere near, anything. Here's the problem, though, right? Here's the problem. You've added more to the clutter of mid players. How good is Dennis Schroeder? Is he a top 100 player in the NBA? No. Yeah, we can add Grady Dick into the rotation heap. I mean, Jalen McDaniels played rotation minutes last year for the Sixers. Here's the thing. How good your 5th starter needs to be has a lot to do. And let's be honest, a lot of these guys are 5th starter material. So being the 5th starter next to Giannis, Brook Lopez, and Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday is a completely different equation than being the 5th starter with RJ Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, Emmanuel Quickley, and Scotty Barnes. Completely different equation. And the quality of that 5th guy has to be elevated in order to compensate for the fact that there's no Giannis, no Brook Lopez here. Okay. That is just me being completely objective about that. Now, Jonte Porter has played major minutes for the Raptors. Thaddeus Young has played major minutes for the Raptors. Cut those out right away, right now, because now you got Kelly Olynyk. Now, how many players on this team is Kelly Olynyk better than? He's better than Jordan Nwora. He's better than Bruce Brown. He's better than RJ Barrett. He's better than Grady Dick. He's better than Chris Boucher. He's better than Gary Trent Jr. He's better than Dennis Schroeder. That's what I'm saying. You got way better with Kelly. You got way better with Kelly Olynyk. Don't even at me about this. You don't understand basketball if you don't think he's a good player. He is a really good player. He's played on really good teams. Teams he plays on, they win. Let me show you who Kelly Olynyk actually is. Give me a second here. Let me show you who he is and who he's been, because I think the numbers will shock your brain. Okay. So here is Kelly Olynyk. This year, he has 3.3 win shares. He shoots 63% effective field goal percentage. He is part of the 50, 40, 85 club. Look at this guy as a 3-point shooter. Please refer your attention. He is shooting 43% from 3 this year. Granted, on lower volume, but still, that has a lot to do with his minutes being down. He is a guy who has played major minutes pretty much everywhere he's gone, right? He's been his lowest minutes ever are 19.4 minutes that he played for the Miami Heat. That is the lowest he's ever done. He's been a starter for a third of his career. He's been a really good backup big. This year for the Utah Jazz, he's been backing up, coming off the bench. Kelly Olynyk as a backup big. Motivational history. Who's hating on RJ Barrett? Damn, I'm hyped. You actually think he's better than RJ right now? He is better than RJ. What's wrong with you people? This is not box plus minus propaganda, Ram Rider. Like, this is like actual fucking basketball. Watch him play basketball. What are you talking about? He's a 37% like career. He's a really good screener. He's a really good defender. He's a really good rebounder. What's wrong with people, man? Like, just like a complete misunderstanding. Can't take this serious. Then you can leave. You don't want to take it serious? I don't care. Do you think what do you think? Do you think I care what you think? I don't care what you think. If you have like some actual like you don't get it, that's cool. Not every player has to do what RJ Barrett does. Like, if you think that Kelly Olynyk is not a more valuable player in terms of producing wins, then fuck off. I don't care. He is. I'm not a fan. Like, just please understand. Nah, bro, you just hating. Honestly, you're one comment away from getting booted for life. Please don't do it. Don't do it right now. I'm not the one. This is not the time. I'm annoyed. It's already early enough in the day. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't be the dummy who does that, because you've been here like 20, 30 lives and nothing has happened. Just chill the fuck out. Take a time out. Go for a walk and just say, it's cool. It's cool. We just disagree. We disagree about the value of Kelly Olynyk. But if you're going to keep telling me that I'm an idiot because I think this guy's better than you think he is, I'm just going to say, like, you don't understand the value of, guys who play the way Kelly does. Like, the very idea of what he can do for your team. Like, so tell me, 3 games he didn't play, we get destroyed? Yeah, RJ Barrett is like, can you please tell me the Knicks lineups with RJ Barrett were better? Like, literally every player that you subbed him in for, your lineup got better in New York. RJ has been better for the Raptors. He's been better, straight up. He's been good. But the problem is that you're like, yesterday, like, everything that was going wrong defensively for the Raptors, a lot of it had to do with RJ, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he's a very impressive player in terms of like just ball skills and trying to understand, like, exactly, like, who do you think he is, man? Elliot Roberts, stop the hate, Robert. Olynyk can't be in the NBA for over 10 years on very good teams and still be a high usage player. What have I done to attract you? I want to know so that I can stop doing it. Look, man, no one is saying that RJ Barrett is a bad player. He's a really good player. I'll say really good player. He's a good player. But he's not what you think. You know what I mean? Like, he's not what you think he is right now. I hope he will get there for him. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Cool. Sorry, I didn't understand it. Oh, stop the Rob hate. My bad. I read stop the hate Rob and Elliot Roberts. I was like, what? Like, I'm not hating. Anyways, look, every single time we're going to have, yeah, he's above average and he's 23 years old. Is he better than, Kelly Olynyk was when he was 23? No, he's not. I mean, look, here's the thing. We have a way of talking about role players that I think is really stupid. What Kelly Olynyk does on the basketball court helps you win basketball games. He's a good defender. He's a good screener. He's a great shooter. He provides wider angles. Kelly Olynyk is going to help RJ Barrett more than RJ Barrett is going to help Kelly Olynyk. Kelly Olynyk is going to help Scotty Barnes and Emmanuel Quickly and Jakob Pertl and this whole team look 100 times better than they have. He is exactly what you needed. The sad thing is he's 32 years old, which sucks. But okay, so therein lies the thing. I don't think they fleeced the Jazz. Kelly Olynyk is a better. Okay, I think Kelly will also offer a great deal of wisdom to Jonte Porter. I think it'd be a really, really good thing. This is RJ's team now. Country Kong, stop. Just stop. Okay. The way that this fan base reacts to isolation scoring and driving ability, regardless of what the context of the drives are, regardless of like, y'all just need to stop because you think that the way you play basketball is correct. That's the problem. See, when you go play pickup basketball, nobody's setting screens for anybody, not good ones anyway. You don't pay attention to how great, someone's ball movement is, how crisp their passes are, how accurate. No, you just pay attention to the guy who comes into the gym and isolates somebody and cooks them. We're talking and one mixtape shit. RJ Barrett was a former Gatorade Player of the Year. He is a very, very skilled player when it comes to dribble drive creation. Okay. And I like him a lot. Stop with the hate charges though, but stop overreacting to who he is. If you started saying right now that Grady Dick was going to be the next Larry Bird, you would turn me into a person who had to then defend that, the opposite side. And then I would sound like I'm hating on Grady. No, I'm not hating on him. I just think you're irrationally high on him. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Like, fuck. I hate the crazy comments like this can sometimes derail an entire conversation for like 20 minutes. And I have to be better about that. But like, yeah, just chill the hell out. It doesn't take much to be higher than our team right now. RJ's the worst defender in a starting lineup beyond chill. Ice cold. RJ's gonna be an all-star next year. Does half the league, half the league would have to die for that to happen. You need to stop. Like, I don't know if people are just Kobe. Oh, thank God. Really? Yes. And suddenly the fucking chain makes sense. Thank you, God. Spencer Dinwiddie is so much better than Dennis Schroeder. Damn. Wow. Okay. Let's go. Play-in time. The Raptors are officially. God is good, bro. God is good. Thank you, God. Pushed for it. You fucking asshole. God, I hate that guy. I don't think I disliked Fred as much as I disliked Dennis Schroeder. Get this bum off my team was literally like my catchphrase. Oh my God. I actually do like Spencer Dinwiddie. So thank you, goodness for that. I am a little bit concerned though, in terms of what the Raptors are doing here, because Spencer is no spring chicken either. And I'll tell you right now, Spencer Dinwiddie ain't coming on their fucking show to do morning segments. Jay Condon, let's go. Yes. Really? Grow up. He's a really good player. Spencer Dinwiddie is a really good player. So here's the thing. You say he's washed. I say he's protesting. He did not want to be in Brooklyn. I don't like the Brooklyn Nets either. Yeah, like Spencer has been a really good player for most of his career. And yeah, this year has not been great for him, but I do not think it's because he's washed. Bro, he is a pro's pro. Like he's a really good player and he's a really good shooter too. So let's just take a look at the man, the myth, the legend, who is just really freaking skilled. You know, um, again, he's had good shooting seasons. This season is not one of them, but he's not a non-shooter. He's not defended like a non-shooter, which I think matters a lot. Um, so first of all, long career. Um, you like to see this. You know what I mean? You like to see a guy who stuck around in one place for like 5, 6 years. It's usually a good thing, right? I think he was pretty okay in Dallas. He did start. He's been a starter his whole, pretty much like his whole like prime, right? Because from age like 26 till now, he's been a starter in the NBA. And that's more than I can say for Dennis. If you want to do like a career by career comp for Dennis versus him, I would love to do that just to see how badly Dennis gets eviscerated. Hang on one second. Let me just show you, because look, here's the thing. They had to trade him. He demanded to be traded. I don't know if that was out there or if that was ever reported, but he is asked to be out. So in terms of this year, obviously this looks like a bloodbath, right? Dennis is having a really good year, relatively speaking, but look at the impact metrics. They will always tell you the truth when it comes to players. Usage has not been on, usage, minutes, etc., have not been on his side. But take a look at, why did I do shit? I should look at, hang on. I got to look at the per 100 numbers. Look at the career. Hang on one second. Let me show you the criteria. Let's do all seasons. Okay. This should point to who's who. Okay. So in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, okay, he hasn't been great. Free throw shooting percentage, he's just a better passer. Like, is that a fair thing to say? Like, I think he's a better creator. He's a better penetrator. I think like he's more efficient marginally, but he's more efficient. Lower turnovers, lower usage. He pounds the ball a little bit less. I think he has more like, I think he's just a better player. It's hard to make a case for why he's so much better, but yeah, he is better. Like, consider the fact that he's played 200 fewer games, 220 fewer games than Dennis, and has made at least 3 times almost the impact in terms of value of a replacement. Curious how he's doing it, though. Again, he's having a terrible year. Please understand, Spencer Dinwiddie has not been good this year, but let's take a look at just how his season is going so far and why it has been as poor as it has been. I promise you, Dennis Schroeder's stats don't look anything like this. So again, in terms of 3-point attempt rate, he takes decent shots. I mean, shit, like I am just curious how his numbers are so bad on his career if he is like, I've always understood him to be a fairly decent shooter. Let me just take a look here. Is that also part of the deal? That would make sense. Wait, what? For real? Wow. Okay. I told you guys it was going to be a crazy trade deadline. Okay, so the reason that I have been saying that he is a good shooter is probably because he had a few good years. So with the Dallas Mavericks, he was a 40% and 40% 3-point shooter. Unfortunately for him, those numbers have not existed anywhere other than Dallas. What does that tell me? That tells me that he is a really, really bad self-generating 3-point shooter and probably a really good guy to play off of a guy like Scotty. I hope that they can use him more in the Luka Dallas role than, yeah. The refs reward Dennis bonehead drives to the rim. Yeah. Man, there was once upon a time when Dennis Smith Jr. was a really, really, really interesting prospect. That has passed for the most part. Let's take a look at how he has been doing. You could make a case, that he's been fairly decent this year. I don't know about waiving him. I don't think you need to waive him. But definitely not a guy who moves the needle too much for me right now. Billy saying, I don't want Maroon Prince, Dennis Smith Jr. as a serviceable defender. What are the Nets doing indeed? That's funny. Dennis Smith will not touch the court. Don't be so sure. Like, his point of attack defense is not bad. Take a look here. However, isn't it funny that we get rid of one Dennis and take back another Dennis? I prefer this Dennis, by the way. I have no bad thoughts about Dennis Smith Jr. And damn. Defensively, he's really turned himself into something, hasn't he? In terms of point of attack stuff, like, I mean, if you want to talk about like just a change of pace guard who can play off the ball a little bit, I think it's pretty decent. Passer rating is really good. Load and creation is solid. Just shooting is awful. Shot quality and shooting is awful. But other than that, he has everything that you need. And yeah, I mean, it seems like a little late for the Raptors to be really, really competently putting together a lineup to be, good for the playoffs. But they're better today than they were yesterday. I'll tell you that much right now. I mean, they're going to be implementing a lot of new pieces. With Dinwiddie contract expiring, we have more room to pick up OG. That is a fact. Yeah. Oh shoot. I'm so sorry. Yes. My bad. Here we go. So in terms of Dennis Smith, like, just take a look at his defensive profile. It's actually pretty impressive. I haven't spent a lot of time watching him the last year because I haven't been watching Nets games this year, but yeah, he's been flashing this potential for a little while. Really, almost all of his issues. I mean, as a penetrator, athlete, yeah. Thought you'd be happy, Rob. Dope. Dennis Smith Jr. dunk from a month ago is impossible for Flynn. Look, like, here's the thing. You is a mistake. Troy Knights, I just don't agree. I think he's fine. I think he's you've upgraded everything. Yikes. That's funny. Yeah. I think the Dennis Smith Jr. part of this is a good way to look at a player who might fit. Like, you need a point of attack. Here's the thing, guys. You don't have point of attack defenders. He just might be your best one right now. Okay. Oh. What? Now I'm sad. Damn, that sucks. But how can the deal has to wait, no, it doesn't have to. You're right. Um uh okay. The Raptors are trading Dennis Schroeder to the Nets for Spencer Dinwiddie. Sources tell ESPN clarify Thad Young is coming to the Nets in a trade with Dennis Schroeder. Sources say. Okay. Well, I'm happy he's off my team. I'm going to tell you that. Number one, I'm also happy his contract is off my team. I think the Raptors right now, they need to trade Boucher and Bruce Brown. I don't know why everything is coming down to this final wire of like, seconds and minutes. Why this has to be so stressful. It's like the Raptors are procrastinators. But bare mid players getting traded. Oh my God, capital gains. Are you kidding me? Of course, he's way better than Thaddeus Young. I don't know if people realize this, but like, how long until the Nets fan base starts tearing their hair out? 5 minutes? They're probably already tearing their hair out. They've watched enough of him. Yeah. Look, man, here's the thing. Pistons waving Joe Harris. So Joe Harris might actually be washed. I don't like to say the word washed too often, but yeah, Joe Harris might actually be washed. What you mean over the last 10 games, stat has been quite solid. Bro, can we please be real? Thaddeus Young has not been solid. He has been pretty ass all year. And Kelly Olynyk is a different class of player, okay, than Thaddeus Young right now in their careers. Maybe, no, for his entire career. Don't get bullied, Rob. Okay, Kelly Olynyk is a much better player than the average person realizes. Okay, let me just put it that way. Okay, he's a very, very valuable player. To be able to get stretch, like, here's the thing. Guys who can, he's a 3-and-D big. Does that make sense? His impact on winning is comparable to a guy like Josh Hart or even an OG Anunoby. It's just not as sexy. Or an Alex Caruso. He's just older than those guys, and he's not as appealing. His game is not as appealing. But his impact on winning is the same as those guys. Maybe not the Knicks version of OG, but it's like, you have to understand like basketball well enough to make the claim of how valuable or invaluable or not valuable Kelly Olynyk is. Kelly Olynyk spaces the floor. Kelly Olynyk is a great passer. Kelly Olynyk is a good defender. When you can do those three things, you become what I consider like a quintessential, if not like model role player. He's also a really, really good locker room presence. You're getting, just straight up say it, he's a better player. Like, he's how can I put this nicely? He has more tangible, real world value on an average NBA team than Jakob Poeltl does. Even if you could sell yourself on Jakob being a better player by a hair, I think the average team would prefer Kelly Olynyk. So, yes. How is Dinwiddie an upgrade, though? He just is, bro. He's a better player than Dennis Schroeder. Please don't make me have to statistically prove this. Go watch any Spencer Dinwiddie game that's not this year. And please understand, this is not the matter of him being washed or terrible or whatever. He's not. He's just way more talented. Yes, this comment right here, Death 4K. He's more talented. He is like a better shot creator. He is way, way, way like smarter as a basketball player. And I just like him more. I don't know how else to say this. He's a fucking NBA player, bro. Like if Spencer Dinwiddie is like the fifth starter, you can win a championship. You get what I'm saying? If Dennis Schroeder's your fifth starter, you ain't winning shit, is what I'm saying. That's the difference, right? Like he's a smart dude. He cares about winning, which is why I think like he started to protest when the Nets sat out that deal. But yeah, like I just yeah. Does anyone want to call in and just like if you're a regular, like you'll be giving me a break from talking. I don't like I don't necessarily love the vibe, just talk myself or to myself. But yeah, like he's a really good player. If you are struggling to find the link, let me just post it here. Here you go. Here's your call-in link. Feel free to call in if you'd like. Yeah, bro. Why are we aiming for cap space? Because we want OG back. Imagine OG on this team for nothing, just him coming in. We would be so good. Okay, Luke, what's going on?
Hey man,
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I've been watching you for a while. Nice to finally talk to you. But I think this trade is for Spencer Dinwiddie is pretty good, to be honest. I think it opens up cap space, and again, like you said, an upgrade for Dennis from Dennis.
Are you super close to your mic? Do you have a mic? Are you on your phone? What's the?
Yeah, I'm on a headset right now. Is it loud? Sorry.
It's like it's there's like a background rumble where everything. I don't know if you're touching the mic or something of that sort. There's like a lot of mic booming and rumble.
Oh, sorry. Is it better now?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, can you say that again?
I think that we got an upgrade with Spencer Dinwiddie, and I think I'm not 100% sure if we're gonna re-sign him in the offseason. I wouldn't think so. I think this trade was meant to open up cap space, and overall I think it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. So I'm so sorry, Luke. Your mic is it's popping.
Oh, okay.
So basically that's it. So if you figured that out, please feel free to call back. I'm so sorry that your first call was going to be cut short, but yeah, it's just it's a very distracting thing. So yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate your insight, and I completely agree that it is 100% an upgrade. Thanks, Luke. Okay, Lil John, what's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm great. Yo, bro, Dennis Schroeder is gone. Yes, it's like Christmas came twice this year in 4 months. No, wait, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. In 6 months, we've gotten rid of Fred VanVleet, replaced him with Dennis Schroeder, and then got rid of Dennis Schroeder. My public crusades are working, I think.
It is. He was about to call in. I don't know if you saw it to the Will Lou show today. Did you see that?
No, but
he was scheduled today.
That's so weird. He'll still call in. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was thinking Dennis is the type of guy who would still call in. He's that type of guy. But at least you have a floor spacer now with Dinwiddie. You have a floor spacer who doesn't have to have the ball in his hands.
Facts.
Right? And the salary, they don't owe him there's no contract for Dinwiddie next year. So This is a win. This is a win.
I agree. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yikes. The Charlotte Hornets are finalizing a deal to trade PJ Washington to the Dallas Mavericks for Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first-round pick. This is an overpay. This is an overpay and a half.
I don't get the PJ Washington hype.
I don't either because I think Grant Williams is a better player. But yeah, that's just me. That is nuts. Grant just signed there. Damn.
He looked really bad without defenders around him.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. He kind of got exposed without the structure, the Celtic structure.
That is a fair point. That is a fair point.
But still, PJ Washington, I don't get it.
I mean, we just played him last night. Like he's not that good. But you know what? In fairness, like PJ with Luka might be an interesting idea. So and that first round pick probably isn't going to be great. And Seth Curry hasn't been great. So yeah, I guess maybe I see a consolidation move. Maybe there's a 3-for-1, whatever coming down the line. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Dinwiddie?
Dinwiddie. So I always thought Dinwiddie always kind of came off of like a guy who kind of nobody liked. You'd see like Kuzma, guys around the league, kind of like he had that I'm better than I think I'm better than I am type of energy, which is fine. Which my initial thought was that he's kind of similar to Dennis, but at least he's a floor spacer, and at least the Raptors aren't going to come in with the idea of, because clearly Masai and Darko told Dennis that this was going to be his team, and at least they're not going to do that with Spencer. So, and he's a floor spacer. He'll be in the corner, and he'll be waiting for Scotty to pass him the ball instead of Dennis, orchestrating the offense. So, from that aspect, it's win.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just going around with one hand that I have free, trolling every single person who's upset about Dennis Schroeder getting traded. What the fuck? Point God? Man said point God. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think he does give off that impression that maybe he's a guy who just thinks a little too much of himself, but he's a hooper. He's a straight hooper.
Yeah,
And he's a bit of a prickly personality, but like he's not the type of prickly personality where I question where he's coming from. I have no questions about where he's coming from. So yeah.
And I think he fits I think he fits the team a lot better because he's not like a straight up point guard. He can kind of get off the ball. You can kind of do a 2-man game with him and Scotty, and he can run a pick and roll.
Absolutely, you have like legit NBA talent now. You have Kelly Olynyk and you have Spencer Dinwiddie. Yeah. Like these are guys who these are guys who can start on like really good teams.
Yeah. This is a real team now. All of a sudden, but isn't that kind of scary though?
Yeah,
that's kind of the issue. That's the only issue. Because if this was September, October, and it's like we got real basketball players. Because I've always been very low on Chris and Chua and those guys. If this was then, I would be very excited. But now that we have to lose, like last night, some people's eyes was a bad night. So
we're way past this. We're not going to lose. I think the Raptors figured it out early on that the Memphis Grizzlies were going to out-tank them. Like if the Memphis Grizzlies had Ja Morant and he was going to play, then I think maybe they chance it to go to the bottom 6. But at this point, you're not going to out-tank them. You still have a game left against Detroit. You still have a game left against Charlotte. I think like there's some really, really bad teams left. And you're not going to be able to out-tank these teams without shutting down Scotty, shutting down RJ, shutting down IQ, shutting down Grady. You basically have to play like Marquise Noel to be worse than these teams because they're so bad right now. And like you saw it last night, like we were on the road and we were up and that team still collapsed.
And we didn't play that well.
We played terribly. We played like ass and we still won. That's what I'm saying. So you're not going to be able to beat these teams at their game. And I feel like the Raptors, credit to them to extend this as far as they could, but they basically like have shot themselves in the foot, losing a lot of winnable games because now it's clear as day to me right now is like they are going to be competing for the play-in right now. They're going to push for the play-in as hard as possible. And you know what? Like maybe this will be a good thing because if you're Scotty Barnes and you woke up yesterday with like a directionless team, guess what? Not directionless anymore. You have a direction now, and the direction is we're trying to fucking make 10th and make history and do something impressive. And let me tell you something. You got a lot of players who are gunning for contracts now. Again, Spencer Dinwiddie free agent, Kelly Olynyk free agent. Raptors don't learn. They do not learn from this mistake. But to me, it is like very clear they have big plans for free agency this summer. They want that flexibility.
Do you think there's a world that the Raptors and the Spurs kind of negotiate a picks protection situation before the deadline ends?
Okay, so basically what, like the Raptors get to lottery protect their pick, and in exchange they give them, I don't know, like
Another
the
something
Pacers
else.
pick or something?
Yeah, I would kind of think about that.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
Because if you're gonna finish 10th, which is a possibility, and you're picking 8th, 9th, 10th, that you know this team is
But
still
you're still conveying the pick. If anything, I would consider if anything, I would consider it would be trading them all 3 picks to get our pick back.
Do you think it would take that much?
Yeah, man. That's the problem. The pick you traded for Jakob Poeltl is actually more valuable than all the picks you have that are not that pick right now.
Yeah, because of the
Consider
draft.
it's the 6th pick right now. And what picks do you have? You have the 22nd, 21st pick from Indiana. You have a 2nd round pick from Detroit. And granted, it's a valuable one, 31st. And you have a 2 years from now, 2026, top 4 protected from Indiana. So unless
And
Indiana is really, really bad, like
yeah,
in 2 years, which they're not going to be unless they have injuries, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm impressed because look, Schroeder was a long shot to get traded. I didn't think they'd be able to move him. Boucher and Brown were the guys that I really thought were going to get traded. So this is very interesting to me. But yeah,
Do you think Gary's staying? I kind of think he is now.
where is the role for him? You know, with Grady and Ochai Agbagi needing minutes, I really yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. But I will say his contract might be dirt cheap this summer, so it might
Who?
be kind of Gary's. He might not command even 14 million.
Why is Benedict Mathurin trending? What? I'm deeply curious. What is going on here? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just think like at some point you have to ask yourself, what are Gary's goals? You know, like, is he trying to be a 3rd string guard? Is he trying to be 2nd string guard? Is he, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, Lil John. Any final thoughts, man?
Hopefully Ochai is the point of attack defender, but I don't think he's going to be a starter. I just hope he is, because I need Scotty back, getting rebounds and pushing the ball in transition.
Facts. I agree. All right. Thanks, man. Cheers.
All right, man.
See ya. Recruiter, dude, how are you doing?
Bro,
What's going on?
how's it going, man?
Not too bad. How are you?
Are you gonna timestamp in the stream when you did like the celebration for like the I just saw it on my phone. Dude, I got a beer right here right now.
I don't have alcohol, but if I did, I would be straight up drunk right now. Yeah.
Oh my
this
God.
is awesome. I'm happy.
Dude, this is the best news. This is like, I don't want to say it's better than the Quickly or Barrett thing. Like that was great. But I was actually rewatching your live from last night because I had to go to bed. And
I was
just
so angry.
There's this sheer like effing like frustration, and then rewatching the game before I went in my office and watching like Grady be ignored, and I'm like, Schroeder, they're making him into like a target. It's so obvious. Like they have to be trading him. I just thought to myself like they have to be trade. Sure enough, dude, I'm so happy. That's all I wanted to say on this call. Like I'm just unbelievably happy. I could like run naked in the street right now. I'm so thrilled, honestly.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Maybe not that thrilled, but I am thrilled. I'm very, very thrilled. It's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. It's pretty cold.
Yeah.
Running naked in the street, pretty cold. You know, people got cell phones. You're gonna have to do the whole George Costanza explaining shrinkage thing. Like it's
Exactly.
gonna suck. Yeah.
I
Brooklyn is finalizing a deal for Royce O'Neal to the Phoenix Suns for salaries and 3 second-round picks. Whoa, Royce O'Neal's a good player.
He killed us. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty damn good player.
He's a Raptor killer.
Yeah. This is yikes. Charlotte is ugh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm happy Dennis is gone. Personally, I think he was probably really bad news for the locker room. I felt it. I really did. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my read on this is wrong. Maybe, it takes a long time to gather, who a player is and how they're rubbing people and what impact they're having on their teammates. But I assure you, like, nothing about his on-court chemistry with the young players has looked right this year to me. All that talk about, like, I'm here for Darko, starting over Gary. That was in controversy number one. Misspeaking and saying he's here to be the starting point guard was controversy number two. Then backtracking it and saying I'm fine with whatever was controversy number three. Ending up being the starter was controversy number four. Then there was a whole Jason Tatum, wish you good luck in the finals, win a chip for me, whatever. Bullshit was controversy number five. The bullshit that he did in Miami was controversy number six. Then he had that entire diatribe about how things are so good in Germany and how things are so crap here and how his teammates not playing for each other. That was controversy number five. And it's just like, at some point, it's like, how many times can you apologize before it's like, you've been here for 3 months? I feel like I lived through 18 years of trauma with this guy in 3 months. I wish no fan base in the world ever has to endure Dennis Schroeder being on their team.
I was going to say, the hilarious thing for me is when the reaction that Will Liu had when he had him on his show, asking him, so, can you explain why you're getting the signed jersey? And then he's like, well, and he didn't even give it a coherent answer. He was talking about his family and basketball is just his job. And then Will basically figuring out oh, this guy's a tool. You didn't know that 3 months ago or 4 months ago. Anyway.
I mean, it was obvious from day one. It's been obvious if you followed his career at all. I'm just really happy he's off the team. I think the Raptors got two very, very, very solid humans. Granted, they've also lost some very solid humans today. They've lost Otto and Thad. That I think they were a really big deal for the locker room.
Oh, Thad's gone.
Yes, Thad is gone in the Dinwiddie trade.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm just catching up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I had to call in. If you remember, you probably don't remember because you've been so busy. But this time last year, I called in ranting about the Pirtle trade.
I do.
And
I remember it.
And I rewatched it recently. I was completely unhinged. But I think I know there's some Fairweather fans, just useless people who are basically burying Masai and Bobby and Tolsman. And it's just you're allowed to make mistakes, and then it's even better if you can correct those.
That's exactly what it is, right? I am someone, and I think you are as well, where I'll acknowledge when I've made a mistake in my analysis and my behavior. And the only thing that I'll wake up every day and be like, okay, the only thing that I can do to make the mistake that I made worse is to double down.
Yeah,
is to ignore it, pretend it wasn't a mistake, do something to diminish it, save myself. That's all ego. If you've made a mistake, you have a responsibility to correct it. And they made a mistake last deadline with Jakob Poeltl. They made a mistake with Fred. They made a mistake holding on to OG and Pascal. Now at this point, trying to prove you were right, trying to diminish if it was a mistake or not, wishy-washying over it. No, this is no good. Helps nobody and only makes it's really burning good money after bad money, right? I mean, you deal with this in every walk of life. You have people out there, they make a mistake at a barista, with a barista, they'll make a mistake, right? And what is it? They become immediately defensive and they try to defend the mistake, and then they somehow make a situation that would have been a nothing burger into a full-blown conflict. And that's what I'm saying. I noticed this even when I was working at hedge funds. There were certain people that just became obsessed with proving themselves right about a particular company, right? Where they were like, this biotech stock is gonna boom. And it's trend signals are completely turning. You're not being objective about this. And they're just like, nope, see that thing that I thought last week, it's definitely still true, even though all the information has changed. And it's like sometimes you're just wrong, and it's okay to be wrong. It's good to be wrong. My God, I don't know if you ever if you ever watched the lecture or read the book, The Last Lecture by Randy Pausch. Have you read it?
I know Randy though. I didn't know.
Did you meet him?
No.
Okay.
I know of him because
So
my friend knows him.
rest in peace, Randy Pausch.
When did he die again? I forget.
This was 2008, 2009, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
Yeah, he had pancreatic cancer, and he was a great speaker. And he wrote this book, The Last Lecture. And one of his things, that I really took from him at that time was, if things are going poorly, rejoice. You're probably learning a lot. Yeah. And the only way you're not going to learn a lot is if you ignore the fact that things are going poorly. So the Raptors, things have been going poorly. Their culture was a mess. Construction. Their culture was a mess.
I look like a contractor right now. I'm really in your building doing that. Okay.
Fuck. Stop it. Stop it. You're fucking up my live stream.
Yeah.
These people should be watching the trade deadline. What are you doing construction?
There's a lot of shit happening. No. I just to add some texture to what you said. Like Masai, I mean, he's not perfect. He's a lot of things, but he's not a narcissist, and which he could very easily be on the back of a championship and like a 10-year winning record. No, I don't think he's a narcissist, because what you just said about people doubling down and saying that this stock is going to go to the moon, and like that's just fucking narcissism, man. Like that's like
exactly. Like we were having a talk, earlier in the Raptor space about like, the media coverage on Scotty and Jay. I apologize. I'll get right to you in 2 minutes. I know you've been holding on for a while. We were talking, about like the media coverage of Scotty becoming an all-star, and maybe not like nearly the thrill of Siakam or Fred becoming an all-star, because there seems to be a little bit of, does he really deserve it? What's the league thinking? The Raptors are so bad. And what I determined from that is that these people are not Raptor fans. They're not Scotty haters. They're not Fred fans. They're actually just fans of themselves. Because at the end of the day, what they're really fans of is their previous takes. They have been bearish on Scotty pretty much the entire way through. Him becoming an all-star is a threat to their previous takes. It's just that simple. Like right now, I spent an entire year explaining that Fred VanVleet was a terrible leader. I made an entire video saying that, guys like Jalen Green were going to suffer under his reign, and that, very few, that he would become overpaid, etc. So if he didn't do that thing that I said, if he became an MVP candidate this year and had some late career resurgence like Steve Nash, do you know how stupid I would look? Now, what would I do in that case? Would I admit I was wrong? Would I? Yeah, probably. Let's hope I would have the humility to just be like, shit, I was wrong. He's a much better player and a much better leader than I thought he was. He's really leading to winning. But in most cases, I think the average person would be like, yeah, but there's some conspiracy going on in terms of why this is happening. It's not really happening. It's fake. It's fake news. He's really not that good. They're propping him up. It's really Ime Udoka. It's really Alperen Sengun. He's benefiting off their success. And I think I've done like at least 10% of that myself, for sure, saying Ime, and there's so many changes. How can you isolate his contributions to that? But I think he's also changed. Give him credit. He's also been better. He's been a better leader. He learned a lot from his time here. But ignoring that, if you've been telling people for 3 years that Scotty doesn't work hard and that Scotty is not, a star, him becoming an all-star at 22 is a very, very, very large threat to your credibility. And you have no reason to not downplay it if you care about your credibility being important, if that's a concern for you. So I think that it's really that simple. They don't hate him. They were just wrong about him, and they're doubling down. I think that's what it is.
Real quick. I was on board. I think you had an idea about like maybe just rest Scotty like 10 games. Just give him like a little bit of. I'm happy for the All-Star nomination. It just sucks that like the guy is clearly playing a little like he's not top shape right now. But now that Dennis is gone, I selfishly just want him to like run point like for the rest of the season. I don't even want him under the rim. I don't. I just want him like people cutting, he's passing, fake drives, some pull-ups, outside game, a little bit of inside, but I don't want him banging under the rim anymore. I just don't. Like I now that Dennis is gone, I'm like, okay, you know what? Great. Just run it into the ground. Just get the reps. I don't care. Unless he's like really playing through a lot of pain, in which case, then okay, like
Yeah.
take some time off. But
I think at this point, the signal to me is very clear that this team intends to go for the play-in, that they're going to push 10 games. If they go 0-10 over the next 10 games and this thing falls apart, they'll tank. I'm sure they'll tank. But I feel like right now for the next 10 games, their internal message is, okay, we got Kelly Olynyk, we got Spencer Dinwiddie. We're better today than we've been in probably 3 months. I think even with Pascal Siakam, this version of this team is better.
okay,
that might be a hot take for some people. Yeah.
No, okay. Before I go, real quick, next 10 games, because I didn't look at the schedule. I haven't memorized it. But what's the over under then? Like, what do you think is going to be? Because I mean, that was a brutal road trip, right? Okay, you learn a lot, and Grady obviously has to play more than fucking 10. Excuse my language. 10 minutes a game. Like he needs to be playing like 20 minutes.
He has been, but he played 15 last night, and he absolutely deserved more. And that was a big, big mistake on Darko's part. I don't give a shit that you're giving Dennis Schroeder, some parting, whatever leader beam trophy. Like, I don't fucking care. Okay, the Raptors are playing the Rockets without Fred VanVleet tomorrow. Look, all the shit I talked about Fred, regardless, I've never ever claimed that he wasn't a starter, that he wasn't a top 20 point guard. He is a good player. Okay. I had beef with him saying he's a top 50 player in the NBA. He's not, but he's close. So that being said, without him tomorrow at home, you can win that game.
Dwayne, did he change? That changes everything. Like everything is like, I feel like my whole life has been changed now. Like, talk about a major pivot. Like, forget the tank right now. Like you gotta go for it now. Like Olynyk, I've wanted Olynyk on this team for a long time. Actually, he really impressed me as like a veteran presence on the Canadian team. He's such a refined dude. And he's not perfect, obviously, but I'm happy we didn't have to give up much to get him. Not that I didn't want to keep Porter, but obviously he doesn't feature in our plans.
We weren't playing him, and Olynyk is that Olynyk. For all the good things I say about Otto Porter, Olynyk is a center who can shoot. I've been trying to explain. He's shooting 43% from three this year.
I know
with Scotty, with Emmanuel quickly, like he's a good screen setter. He's a super smart secondary playmaker. The thing with Olynyk and Dinwiddie is these guys. Oh, we lost them. We lost recruiter, dude. Okay, let's go to Jay. Jay, thanks a lot for waiting. How are you doing?
How's it going? Can you hear me? Everything good?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. I appreciate your taking the time. I was actually curious about the Boucher situation. I really don't want to leave him. I want to keep him essentially.
Why?
I want to know why you want to trip, because I think he's really underestimated. I think he's one of those players that really is just aggressive. We need him when we need him, and he plays out. It's just incredible to watch.
I like him too. I just don't like him on this team.
What, you think we can't afford him, or
it's partially because he has money tied up past this year. Okay, and that screws up with cap flexibility this summer. There aren't a lot of teams that are going to have massive cap space. The Raptors have the flexibility to do something decent with the cap. I don't think he features or fits, into the style of basketball like that you want to play. Like in terms of 0.5 basketball, he doesn't read and react well to situations. His role, if you simplify it right down to effort, hustle, etc., great. But if you ask him to do anything else, his shot selection is pretty bad. He gives up a lot as a center, so he's more like a 4, but he can't really guard. Like he can't really guard bigs. You know what I mean? Like he's a good, like he's great if your team is great, but if he's supposed to be one of the reasons that your team is great, you're going to struggle.
Well, I think we're not going to get. I don't think there's a marketplace for McDaniels. That's the only reason I'd see him being pushed out. Right?
I like him a lot more than I like Jalen McDaniels. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a rotation player. I don't think Jalen McDaniels is a rotation player. But I'm struggling to understand, like, he's not worth the money he's getting is kind of my point. Like, he's just not. And in terms of, like, the bigs that you need with Scotty, like, I think again, basketball is such it doesn't matter about the individual. It's like the five, like what are the five? And I think his fit is just kind of
I guess
clunky.
I guess I'm scared. Yeah, I I think I guess I just want to keep one kind of brick in the foundation of that championship. I think that's kind of my core, my
Okay, yeah.
core loss of it.
Okay, so I understand that, and I'm not gonna troll too hard on the emotional sentiments of holding on to a guy who didn't play a single minute for that championship team, because he didn't. Just an
Yeah.
FYI,
No,
right? And like the thing is that everyone is optimized by role, right? You could take a guy who is a mailman in your building, right? And he's a great mailman. I promise this is not going into Karl Malone territory. He's a great mailman, and you say, okay, can you be a security guard today? And maybe he can thrive at that, but then you say, can you be the superintendent? At some point, you might be familiar with him being around your building, but as his role changes, he too will change. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Chris Boucher at the end of your bench as a change of pace big might be a really valuable thing to be able to, bring. But Chris Boucher is a reliable role player who has to play 15 to 20 minutes, which is what you expect when you pay a guy $11 million instead of a minimum contract. That has not been good value for the Raptors. Now, I think he was probably one of their 3 to 4 best players the last time they were in the playoffs. So that's good, right? But like that was 3 years ago or two years ago. And I just, again, there might be a presence thing too.
You could say it, just move on.
Yeah, it is what it is. You want to move on, and for Chris, maybe a change of scenery would be good. He's obviously been like, I respect his hustle and I respect his story. His story is beautiful. Again, this media really likes to cling to like the late bloomers, people who achieve success later in life. So with Chris Boucher obviously not being highly recruited, being a rookie at 24, going through the G League, going through the grind, because that's the story they identify with, right?
Yeah. No,
so and that's exactly it.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm excited now to watch them with Kelly and Spence. I think that's gonna be just exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Scotty has some real shooting around him now. Like Emmanuel Quickley, like think about it. Like you got Emmanuel Quickley, Ochai Agbagi, Kelly Olynyk. Like if you can get rid of Bruce Brown, who is not a shooter, and actually get a shooter back for him, you're really only non-shooters in your entire lineup. Scotty's not a non-shooter anymore either. So it's just RJ. This is great. Dennis was a non-shooter. You got rid of him.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Bruce Brown to leave. Nothing
against
him. I think he's gonna be great. He's gonna be a great pickup for any team that needs that defense. But I can't watch him on the Raptors. It's just not fun.
He was probably our best player last night, or one of like 2-3 best players last night for sure. And he's certainly capable of playing in a 0.5 offense. I think he could be really, really good. The problem is really just asset management at this case.
I think I was just more annoyed. Like we know we're not going to keep him, or it's not. I didn't think he's part of the puzzle. A piece of the puzzle. So like, let other people play.
You sound like a rec league dad. Can we let the other people play?
I am. I'm voting for my kids. My kid hasn't any time on the field. Let them. Let Dick play, kind of thing.
Nice. Yeah. No, I agree. And look, like with Bruce, like I think this was always going to be sort of a pit stop. He's not at a stage of his career where he's ready to just be a veteran mentor. I think he took the money with Indiana. I wonder I'm sure he has no regrets about it. That was not money he was going to get anywhere else. But now it's time to have your cake and eat it too, right? So yeah, I think JLA Media saying calling RJ non-shooter is a little disrespectful. It's not. Honestly, like I'm borderline on Scotty being a non-shooter. You got to understand, shooting and non-shooting, the term and variation comes down to how defenses guard you. Okay, nobody is running RJ Barrett off the line. Nobody cares. Okay, so if you shoot 36% and you're not guarded like a shooter, you're not a good shooter. Straight up. If you were a good shooter, teams would defend you. It's just that simple. Marc Gasol was a great example. He led the league, I believe, the last year he was a Raptor in open threes. Like in terms of percentage of threes that were open. Teams were not guarding him because he was not shooting well enough for them to guard him. Now, the fact that he could make 28%, 27% is probably better than a guy like Jakob Poeltl who can't shoot them at all. But real spacing comes through actual defenses caring that you're shooting. That's how, like right now, if you replaced Scotty Barnes with, think of a really great shooter who's young, who's a really, no, not Luka. If you replace Scotty Barnes with, I'm thinking young great shooters. Who are young great shooters?
Tyrese Maxey. No.
Bingo. Yes, Tyrese Maxey. So Scotty Barnes for Tyrese Maxey right now, your spacing changes like your spacing gets like 50% better immediately on that one swap alone. Now, I'm not suggesting make the swap. Obviously, I'm a very big Scotty fan, but the gap between a 41% 3-point shooter and a 36% 3-point shooter, and especially a 41% 3-point shooter who shoots on volume. Yeah, so here's the thing. Scotty's shooting 36%. Yes, Scotty is shooting 36%. Just a word up, though. Scotty also hit the shot clock last night on a 3-point attempt. Scotty is also a guy that defenses will dare to shoot when he's having like a cold night. Scotty has to hit 2-3 threes before defenses start to pay attention to him in a particular game because he hasn't proven it for long enough to develop the reputation as a shooter. That's my point. Spencer Dinwiddie can shoot. Spencer Dinwiddie this year is shooting 4% worse than Scotty Barnes. I guarantee you that defenses will guard Spencer and Kelly Olynyk way harder as 3-point shooters than they would Scotty Barnes. What I mean by that is every offense is generating openings for certain players to get the ball in positions where they can succeed. When Spencer Dinwiddie goes around a screen, pops up, and ends up open for a 3 and you pass him the ball, what does that do to the defense? Does the paint defender move up? Does the closeout defender run past him to run him off the line? Or does nothing happen? Because if nothing happens, well, then that's why you end up with the mess of the offense that the Raptors have right now. But if you can force 2 defenders to scramble, oh my God, he's open. That is how you can actually get a functional offense, right? So, yeah. Anyways, Jay, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate it. Have a great day, buddy.
You too. See you. Okay, we got Araf. Araf, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Rob?
Not too bad. How are you?
Relieved that Dennis is off the team.
Yes, I am. So happy. So very, very happy he is off the team.
Yeah, like we got 2 expiring contracts. Hopefully those are off the books too, because I don't see them having an important part to play. And now just wondering about Olynyk and if he's like, if we do have him in our future, is he willing to take like a hometown discount, or do you think he's going to take as much as possible?
Leave some Kamloops. So he's a West Coast boy. So he's not a Toronto guy. Like he's not Brampton native or whatever. But yeah, you're right. He is Canadian. He is a big part of Canada basketball. This is a good thing. If the Raptors are successful, this might be one of the most fun teams to cheer for in a long time because there's a lot of like role players, and there are a couple of really good Canadian players in RJ Barrett and Kelly Olynyk. In terms of a hometown discount, yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Any contract that he signs is with the asterisk of pending decline, right? Yeah. He's 32 years old. So if he signs a 3-year deal, it's going to be 33 to 35. Does that change the equation in terms of how much a team is willing to offer him? Of course it does, because you expect a guy who's 35 to be worse than a guy who's 33. If Kelly Olynyk was 27 right now, having the season he's having right now, I'd expect to have to pay $20 million to keep him. But the fact that he is 32 going on 33, I think you might be able to keep him for like 11, 12, kind of like what he's being paid right now. Yeah.
Also, do you think with these trades they're making that they want to make a push for the play-in, or they're still?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they're definitely going for the play-in, dude. There's no way you make a trade for Kelly Olynyk and Spencer Dinwiddie if you're not chasing the play-in. Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens for the rest of the season now.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Raf.
Thanks.
Cheers. Stagger, what's up?
How's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good. First of all, I would just want to commend you for the show. It's
Okay.
incredibly fun to see somebody with a bit of emotion and to be not to hide it or pretend it isn't there.
I mean, I wish I knew how, but I don't. It's funny, like when my friends see the show or if some actor that I've worked with or whatever in any capacity, they say that's exactly who you were on set.
Right.
That's exactly who you were on set. Like if you forget your line 4 times, I'm gonna give you a look like, are you fucking kidding me right now? But that's okay. I mean, it's from a good place. Hopefully, it's gotten from a better place. But yeah. Anyways, what do you think about today's deals?
I share your unbelievable enthusiasm with the shorter trade, and I harbor the feeling that the only reason they really had to get rid of him was because they couldn't get Darko to stop playing him. It almost feels that ridiculous to me. Like, it was just crazy.
I think I don't know if it was necessarily that. I know that's generally the reporting. To be completely honest, Darko's a first-year head coach. He does not have this type of pull with the organization where he can just outright veto a direct order from above saying, like, we don't want to play this guy. I think, and this is just my read, I think the Dennis thing was he was brought in for a particular reason, right?
Sure.
And that reason was to shore up some of your issues as, you don't have a point of attack defender. Okay, well, now you've traded for Manuel quickly. Your season is on a completely different trajectory than the one you were expecting to have. Scotty mentioned it, in terms of like what his expectations were coming into the season versus where he's at right now. He's like, this is not what I was expecting, right? So all of that being said, I think that Dennis's time was sort of up, and I think he had sort of made it also known to them that he did not sign up for this, right? He's been a bit of a public whipping boy. I think most of that is justifiable and earned because of all the controversies that I mentioned. And I also don't think that he and some of his younger teammates were getting along. Again, it's a similar charge as Fred. But yeah, I think the Darko component of it, again, the vast majority of this I'm here for Darko stuff came from him. Darko didn't go on a media tour saying, I'm so happy I finally get to coach, Dennis Schroeder. He never said that. It was Dennis who came in and said, I'm here for Darko. I'm here for Darko. I'm here for Malachi. Well, Malachi's gone. Dennis is gone. And hopefully, the team understands. At least I understand a lot better why Dennis got the chain last night. Because honestly, if he was here today and he got that chain last night, I am very close to making a change.org, Yeah.
Well, I thoroughly agree with you on the chemistry. It appeared to me a number of times when they were waiting for foul shots to be taken that he was trying to talk to players and they were just ignoring him. They just didn't want to hear anything he had to say. It was just brutal, like looking past him and looking over him. So it looked to me like the chemistry was just shot almost after the first week of the season, the second week of the season. But
right.
The big question I got for you is, what do you see the starting lineup now moving forward?
Great question. I think the starting lineup stays the same, doesn't it? I mean, okay, let's see here. I mean, unless Gary's traded, right? You could make a case for Kelly Olynyk going super big, but I doubt it. Kelly's been coming off the bench for the Utah Jazz, and I think that can continue here. I don't think Jakob goes to the bench because he's on a long-term contract, even though I do think that Kelly Olynyk would probably be a really good fit with the starting lineup. I think Jakob provides a little bit more of that rim defense and rebounding that you need. So, RJ, IQ, Jakob, and Scotty is pretty much guaranteed 4 starters. In terms of who that 5th starter should be, I think you could make a case that it should be Spencer Dinwiddie. But now you're really, really small with Emmanuel Quickly and then you could make a case that it should be, and probably would be Kelly Olynyk under normal circumstances, but now you have no backup big. So I guess I'm waiting to see who Bruce Brown is traded for, because for now it probably would be Bruce Brown, because he's kind of like a middle ground between all of those, because he's like a big wing, but he's small, if that makes sense. So he gives you a little bit of the point of attack stuff. He gives you a little bit of the rebounding. He's just a glue guy. And those glue guys become invaluable as fifth starters. That being said, your bench, if it includes Kelly Olynyk, Grady Dick, Ochai Agbagi, whoever you get back for Bruce Brown, I don't know, Spencer Dinwiddie, like this is just a very, very talented, deep team full of actual NBA players. There's also, of course, Gary Trent Jr., who's still on this team. He could also be, that fifth starter. And then, now, I mean, imagine, like, when's the last time the Raptors had three players as good as Spencer Dinwiddie, Bruce Brown, and Kelly Olynyk come off their bench?
Right.
The championship run. That's the last time their depth was that good. I think people are really sleeping on Kelly. I think he's a really, really good player. Even though he's 32 years old, I don't write players off because they're 32, especially when they can shoot and think the game the way he does. He's never been a guy who's been like super athletic, like his game is predicated on strength, skill, intelligence, right?
Right.
That's not going anywhere at 32, 33 years old. I don't like this notion of like just writing off people who are over 30 as if like they're washed or they're bums. He's been pretty serviceable this year. And there's no reason to believe that he can't continue to shoot 40+% from three. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, what you said earlier about having some additional shooters that need to be guarded to spread the floor for Scotty, that's what made me think that having Kelly, and what I was thinking of switching out Kelly for Pirtle, but putting Kelly at the four might be an interesting
it makes you bigger, which could be good, right? It doesn't make you worse defensively. He's a better player, in my opinion, than Bruce Brown. I think he is. He's a much better shooter than Bruce Brown. It makes you really big. Scotty Barnes, Kelly Olynyk, and Jakob Poeltl is a really big front line. And I think with Kelly, the spacing that he provides, which would angle it's a perfect fit. It's just such a perfect fit. It's so sad that it's happening, at 32 instead of, at 28 or 29, where he had maybe a few more years left. But the angles that suddenly open up when you replace it, even defensively, he's a better defender than Bruce Brown by a lot, by virtue of the fact that he's bigger, first of all, but like he's just bigger. Like we just got way bigger in this deal, if that makes sense.
Right.
We got like we've effectively, like even Spencer Dinwiddie, he's like 6'4", 6'5", and he's a big guard, right? So we're just a bigger team, and just watching the Raptors last few games, it's been like they're so small. Especially when Jakob Poeltl was out, it was like, oh my God, they're so small. Everywhere it's small, and you get Ochai Agbagi, who's a 6'10" wingspan. He is big as a guard. He's big, like he's 6'5" with a 6'10" wingspan. He's big. Dinwiddie 6'5", 6'6". He's big. Kelly Olynyk 6'11". He's big. He doesn't have this longest arms, but like he's a big dude. So I think overall the Raptors get size and they get shooting, size and shooting, and you can make a case that every player they traded for also has some solid two-way potential as well. I think they're in much better shape than they were.
What's really surprised me out of Pirtle over the last little while is there have been a few games where he really shocked me, because I was one of those people when the trade was made that was like, what are you doing? And then when for the amount of money they signed him for, I was like, what are you doing? You're like doubling down here. But the shocking thing during the season was there have been, would stick out in my head, 2 or 3 games where he actually was doing incredibly well. And what I noticed was his whole body was flush red with exhaustion. And I thought, maybe this is just an effort thing. Maybe due to injuries or whatever the case is, maybe he's just not putting out the effort until Darko has a sit-down talk with him and says, dude, this is embarrassing. But, I'll say one last comment before I go. and you're going to disagree with me, but I've grown to be a big fan of Edgy, and depending on how things go at the end of this year, I would really love to see the Raptors have a late or early second round or late second round pick if he goes that far, and bring him in, because it really, in the tapes that I've watched,
Who?
Zach Edgy.
Oh, it's Edie.
Sorry, Zach Edey. So
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. That's fine. I mean, if it's a late first round pick, late second round pick, early second round pick, I have no issue with picking him there. I have an issue with people saying he's a lottery pick.
Yeah. I based on everything everybody said, I think you'd have to be going way off the board to pick him in the lottery. But
that would be mental illness. Yeah.
I've just been shocked by some of the videos I've watched with his shot making. Granted, it's not in game and things like that, but his free throw shooting, and you have said, if you can hit a free throw and you can get taught, you've got the form to go outside and shoot. So,
You're right. You're absolutely right. If you're a good free throw shooter, if you can splash from about 20 feet, free throw line, extended, so 18 feet, go to 20 feet, 22 feet. If you can hit shots from there, yes. Most people who can hit shots from 22 feet with some work, or 20 feet, can be extended out to 25 feet pretty easily. And that was an early thing that we noticed with guys like Charlie Villanueva at a very young age, or even Brooke Lopez, where they were big midi guys. And that's another argument, in the notch of people saying, oh, Michael Jordan couldn't shoot. Yeah, he could shoot. And if he had lived in the 3-point era, he would have been a 3-point assassin.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would love to see that Zach get drafted and come here and get some coaching and be taught how to deal with his game. Because although I do see the advantages of these new 7'4" virtual guards, I also think that neither Embiid nor Djokovic are of that ilk, and yet they are three out of the last 3 years they've been the MVP. So I think there's potentially a place for a big, huge guy that just isn't going to allow those guys to penetrate, should he get enough foot speed to turn his hips and protect the rim. So, but that's it. That's all I got for you. Just keep doing what you're doing. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you calling in, Stagger. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Cheers. Okay, Pauline Mercer, what's up? Hello? Pauline, if you can just cut out the background noise.
Lovely skis.
This year's top prize? Those two people.
I'm just in it for the saving.
Great. Kick. Get out. Lane, what's up?
Yo, we finally took away his blanket. We took away his blanket. Blanky is gone.
Blanky be gone. Yep.
I'm so happy.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Yes.
The Pistons just released Killian Hayes. Would you give it a shot?
Sure.
I would too.
I'm not against
people think I'm such a hater of Killian Hayes. Yes, I hated him as a 7th overall pick. Okay, but he's been better this year, and honestly, I think there's a lot of potential there to be tapped into as a 3rd-string guard, and certainly has more potential than Kyra Lewis did at the time of making that trade. I don't think he's ever going to live up to lottery billing, but could he be better than something you would expect to get in the draft next year? Sure, absolutely. He's gonna probably be better than the 7th overall. The 29th overall pick next year.
It's funny how Monty Williams went to the front office and publicly said he didn't want Killian Hayes traded when they were about to accept a trade for him a week and a half ago, and now they just released him for nothing. Crazy.
He will catch on to another team. I promise you that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. What I'm getting this knot in my stomach because I am scared that Bruce Brown is going to be a Raptor past 3:00 today. That is the general feeling I'm getting at this point because for some reason we're just not going to.
You take a look at this. Are you hearing this?
Yeah.
What is it, Grady?
2 years ago, Kansas University freshman Grady Dick discovered an inspirational note in his new dorm room from NBA player Ochai Agbagi.
Ochai left a note. Appreciate you, Ochai. He said, whoever takes over this room be great. That's crazy.
Ochai Agbagi taking notes from V for Vendetta. If you get the reference, you get the reference. Anyways, that's interesting. I don't remember where we were at. I'm just miffed at this V for Vendetta reference. I'm happy Dennis is gone.
Yeah.
I'm happy Kelly Olynyk is a Raptor. I've wanted him to be a Raptor for quite some time. Yeah, I think I would really like to see Bruce Brown and Chris Boucher traded. I wouldn't mind seeing Gary Trent traded. I think Ochai Agbagi gives you some shot making, and I think, like, what are your thoughts on him?
I liked him out of Kansas. He just really hasn't had a chance yet. You know, he kind of got dumped to the Jazz more or less as a project, and because the rise of Lauri Markkanen and the Jazz haven't been a quote unquote project team, you know. So I don't know if he's gotten a fair shot, but with the direction that we seem to be heading for the rest of the season, I don't know if he's going to get a fair shot here either, per se, because it seems like if you keep Bruce Brown, right, you bring in Olynyk, you bring in Dinwiddie, like, what changes? You know, like minute wise, what changes? Like, does Grady Dick's going to take a minute cut for Ochai to play? Grady's still only getting 15. I just don't see the point of being good this year. Like,
I think
sure.
well, I mean, look, well, you're not going to be bad enough this year to keep your pick. I'm sorry to say, it's just not going to happen with Kelly Olynyk on the. I believe that Kelly is the fourth best player on this team right now. He might be better than that, but I'm willing to settle on fourth. You just got a massive upgrade. I think it's possible to say that Kelly Olynyk and a healthy, motivated Spencer Dinwiddie are two of the top 5 players on this team right now. That is crazy. I know the media is going to sleep on this, but these guys are pretty good fucking basketball players.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like
I'm just having trouble finding what the ceiling is. Like, what's the point? You know, like, what's the point? Do we think we could jump Brooklyn? Do we think that we can jump Chicago or Atlanta? You know, because Atlanta hasn't made any trades today. They get better or worse. Chicago hasn't made any trades today. They get better or worse. So do we feel like this puts us over those guys? I don't know. I just don't understand. I feel like
you're going to face yeah, I think you're going to face some teams in the play-in that you're going to be better than right now.
I would agree with that. I just think record-wise, catching up is tough, right?
No, it's not. You're 4 games behind Atlanta, right? You can make a case that, like, if the Raptors go, could the Raptors go 500 the rest of the year? Of course, right? Where does that land you? The question now becomes, how good are the teams ahead of you, right? How hard are their schedules? Like, I think this is a calculated gamble here, and you might miss it, right? You might just miss 10th, right?
10th,
but I feel like if you make it to 10th, you will be better than 9, and you'll be better than 8. Like, you'll have a chance against those teams. So it's not like you're going into a situation where you're trying to play a whole bunch of aging vets who are having to face off against the Los Angeles Lakers, if you know what I mean, right?
Right.
Like, you're not, like, there's a valuable rep to be had here. They probably aren't super excited about the NBA draft this year at the top. So now they have their, 2 picks in this draft really cemented, which is, the probably late teens, early 20s Pacers pick, and then also that 2nd round pick from Detroit. Provided they have those 2 stabs at young talent. Right now, it feels like they're taking another stab at young talent in Grady, another stab at young talent in Nawara, another stab at young talent in Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett, Ochai Agbagi. I think every one of these players had lottery potential. Every one of them. Right? Which one of them is going to pop? Well, now you have 6 tries at it. 6 tries to get 2 to pop. Just need to be right 33% of the time with these guys.
And you don't even need them all to pop on the same wavelength. Like what you need RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly to pop to is different than what you need Jordan Nwora and Ochai Agbagi to pop to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It makes total
the
sense.
ceiling is much lower for those guys compared to an Emmanuel Quickly or an RJ Barrett or even possibly a Grady Dick.
Hang on. I think Ochai has arguably as much potential as an RJ Barrett.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't see it in his efficiency so far. Maybe maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just inconsistent playing time.
Do you see it in RJ's efficiency?
As a Raptor.
As a Raptor, yes.
Not as a
Look,
Nick.
he's obviously physically more developed and he's a better player and he's all that stuff. But I think the track record of Ochai Agbagi at Kansas, Big 12, best player in college basketball.
Well, yeah.
As a senior.
What's helpful is
Right.
he's 21.
He's 23.
He's young. Is he 23?
Yes.
I could swear he's 21.
He's not.
Damn.
You cannot have done 4 years of college basketball and be in your second year as a pro
You're right.
and be
He did
21.
play 4. He did play 4. Damn. Yeah. You're right. Damn.
So I'm not like so Grady, RJ, Emmanuel Quickly, RJ. Okay, let's see. Grady, Emmanuel, like these are all lottery potential guys. I could argue RJ probably went too high at number 3. You could probably make a case that Ochai Agbagi was in a lot of people's consideration for top 10. He slipped. RJ didn't. Okay. Yeah, sure. Like very, 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 very extreme upside. RJ Barrett projects to be a star, whereas Ochai Agbagi projects to be a 3-and-D wing. But I think the likelihood of either player being like the second best player on a championship team is equal, which is 0.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like in a perfect world, RJ is your 4th best player.
Right.
In a perfect
and
world.
So in a perfect world, isn't the actualized version of Ochai Agbagi or Grady Dick or Emmanuel Quickly kind of the same thing? These are all guys that you need to become the 3rd or 4th best player on a really good team. None of them project to be the 1st best player on a really good team. I think the jury is still out for some people whether Scotty is the 1st best player on a championship team. I think he will be, but we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's consensus top 2 at this point, though.
Yes.
I think it's top 2, but I do agree. You had a take last night I heard, which I really liked. It's like, if you want to be a competitive team right now, you need another player as good as Scotty.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
RJ literally been the best player since the trade. Like, what are you talking about? No, he hasn't, but okay.
It's just been a breath of fresh air not to watch him play next to Julius Randle. I think that's what actually really held him back. I think, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people talked about Scotty and Pascal playing the same role, which I don't agree with. But like, if you look in New York, they tried to make RJ and Julius play the same role and play off of each other, and it just did not work. And now that you see him kind of in his own role, he's thriving a lot more efficiency-wise, and he's not forcing as much. And when you go back and you watch his New York film, you watch, he literally, like, he looks like he was a stray dog on the street, like in a trash can looking for food every night. When he's in Toronto, it looks like he's eating a buffet every night. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the difference between the two situations.
Yeah. This quote here, Dark MVP, RJ going to be the new Dennis for Rob. Look, man, you're not going to pigeonhole me into becoming an RJ hater because I disagree with your ridiculous take that he's the best player on the team or one of the best players on the team or whatever. RJ has been very good with the Raptors. I was not super bearish when we traded for him. Maybe like my initial reaction was a little bit like whatever, but like I quickly perked up on him and I have remained very positive to him. You've not heard me say 5 negative things about him since he's been traded, but quit the fucking he's a star, superstar shit. You haven't seen anything like that. And you low-key are, though. No, dummy. I'm not. Okay? Just because I don't agree with your stupid take on how good RJ Barrett is doesn't mean I'm hating on the guy. Everybody who disagrees with your dumbass basketball takes is not hating. Okay? He's literally 23. Yeah, and he's literally been one of the most skilled players in the world, and he is literally the same player he's been for 5 years straight. Have you seen any notable projection from him from Duke to now? Like, be for real. Be for real, for real. You see like tremendous growth in any key category. He's been this player for 5 years straight. Jeez.
What's so rough is, as an outsider looking in, from Columbus, Ohio, looking in the Toronto, Canada, and knowing, like, following other sports teams where like hometown guys have been picked up and how the fans kind of gravitate towards him. Once RJ got traded here, I knew if he thrived immediately, he was going to be crowned as the guy by a bunch of the casual fans per se.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Just stop. He doesn't think that. The Raptors don't think that. Darko doesn't think that. He was a toss-in. Okay, he was a toss-in because the salaries had to work for OG. I assure you, RJ Barrett did not have even like one first-round pick level value. Now, can you rehab that value? Yes. Can you make him a better player? Hell yes. Can he become a starter on a good team? Yes.
Yeah.
But he does not see the game well enough, nor does he have the athleticism. You're talking about a guy who got blocked 2 times by Josh Giddey. Have some humility, bro. My God.
I feel like he's better though in Toronto.
Huh?
I feel like playing. I don't want to say he's playing next to smarter players, but I feel like he's playing next to more willing, passive.
No, I don't know if he's playing next to look, man, he was playing with Dante DiVincenzo, great player, Josh Hart, great player, Jalen Brunson, great player, Mitchell Robinson, Isaiah Hardenstein. He was definitely playing with more talent in New York. The issue is that New York's offense put him in positions where he had to create for himself in the half court, and that is really not where an athlete, like a downhill athlete like him, thrives.
Yeah, that's my point. But I do think he's making better decisions when driving into the paint, when he's getting double teamed. Like, there's flashes, not superstar flashes, but like 4th, 5th best player in the starting lineup flashes for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do have that pit in my stomach though. I think Bruce Brown's going to be a Raptor by the end of the day, and I just don't know at this point who takes him. If we were
I don't know. I think all the reports we've heard is that he's a very valuable asset. We have 53 minutes to trade him. I hope we trade him. This comment here, I think RJ has more potential than you're alluding to. Okay. I think that he can be one of the 4 best players on a championship team. Do you think that he can be one of the 3 best players or 2 best players on a championship team? Then yes, you are right. You clearly think that he has more potential than I do. But I have not seen anything from RJ Barrett that suggests over the last 4 years that he is on the curve or trajectory where he can be anything more than let's say 3rd is like max. Yeah, I don't see him as a superstar or star or anything like that. Nor do I see Ochai Agbagi. The only 2 guys that I could even reasonably see achieving that height is Grady Dick and Emmanuel Quickley. And with Grady, it's probably more probable than with Emmanuel Quickley. That might be a hot take. Like so here's the question. If let's just say there's an expansion draft, okay? Let's say there's an expansion draft tomorrow. Seattle's getting a super team. Vancouver's getting a team. Montreal's getting a team. They're going crazy. Las Vegas is getting a team. They're getting 4. And the rules of the expansion draft are you can only protect 3 players.
Oh shit.
3 players. That's all you can protect. Everyone else is up for grabs. Like, you're fucked if you're a deep young team. I'm assuming you're protecting Scotty. Who are the 2nd and 3rd? Yeah. Who are the 2nd and 3rd players?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, probably Emmanuel Quickley and Grady Dick.
I think so too. If there's a 4th player on that team, on that list of players you would protect, who would that 4th player be?
RJ Barrett. I be confident in saying that because he is 23 and possible upside is huge with him. I mean, if his floor is where he's at right now, that's a damn good floor to be at, right? If his floor is his first 15 games in Toronto, cool. -2 the 3 points, but keep the same efficiency, cool.
Yeah.
But if his upside, he could be a volume scorer, microwave scorer next to Scotty, who's still efficient, then that's something I'd be willing to be like, okay, this could be one of our best 4 guys. That's where I kind of get that opinion from.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure I would go there, but I don't know who else I would go to. So maybe I would go to RJ by default. I'm curious to see what Ochai Agbagi can bring because, again, he's not tied to a $27 million deal, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slim Reaper saying Grady and big caps. Yes, sir. Grady is a really good young player. And, you know, if you really, really study the game and you understand like some of the growth that he's had, again, Grady from high school to Kansas to now feels like a fundamentally different player every year. I'm seeing new wrinkles in his game all the time. And
He's
I
20.
love that. And
He's
he's 20.
Crazy.
Like, he's by far your second best asset on this team after Scotty. And then I think Emmanuel quickly is clearing the third. RJ, to me, it's like about the defense and the shooting. If he can defend and shoot, then his playmaking is sufficient. His ball handling is sufficient enough to be the third best player on a really good team.
Yeah. And
Shooting and defense will be a variable skill. The
Yeah.
issue is I have never seen him be a high level defender for more than 2 games. And I've never seen him be a great shooter apart from 1 season. Now, is that a lot more than I've seen from other players? Yeah. He shot 40% from 3 for a whole season. Not on super high volume, but enough volume for me to say, let us hope that there is something with him there. His offensive package, his court vision, I think these things need to get better. I do believe that comment that was posted earlier about like, you know, could he be even more? Yes, I do. I do think he can be even more. But that more is a like 99.9th percentile outcome. And I'm not banking on 99th percentile outcomes because I think the 95th percentile outcome for Grady Dick is better than the 95th percentile outcome for RJ Barrett. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just like how Grady does all the little things as a 20-year-old, you know, taking charges, crashing the boards, steals, stocks. His stocks are huge. I mean, it's encouraging to see for sure for a team that's probably missed outside of Scotty in the last 3 drafts to get a guy like Grady Dick, where you could say he's 20. Imagine where he's going to be at when he's 23, 24. It makes me giddy. No pun intended, but it makes me very, very happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been interesting. Yeah.
I don't think any other news is coming today. I'm not gonna lie.
I think there's almost always something that comes down.
Well, for the Raptors, my fault. Should have clarified. Unless it's a Boucher for a 2nd-round pick to like the Miami Heat. Other than that, I don't know. I think Bruce Brown is going to be a Raptor for the rest of this year, and you'll get one of those. We'll reevaluate the team in the offseason, kind of talk from Masai, and then we'll go from there. I mean, if anything, you clear cap space. Getting rid of Dennis's contract was huge, right? Because this is obviously not a situation he wanted to be in at this point, and this isn't a situation we wanted, you know, at all with him. So it was kind of a win-win there. So you free up Dinwiddie, bring home Kelly. I hope we can get him on the mid-level exception. That would be huge. Bring in a prospect, probably a C-tier prospect, but nonetheless a prospect in Ochai Agbagi. Huge.
Yeah.
You give away a draft pick that was only going to cost you guaranteed money and probably one to play next year. Huge. You know, that's all they're trying to do right now is just free up cap space. So why would you have a $5 million cap hold on the 30th best player in the draft?
I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Bruce Brown is a smaller Aaron Baines. What? Okay. What a joke. I hate this team, says AG. Well, why? Gasol trade was announced late. You know what? That's a fair point. There's usually like some stuff that comes out like at 3:30. This pick was added to this deal, whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I came into the day hoping that 5 guys off this team would be gone. So far, only 2 of those 5 are gone. So
yeah,
I don't. It feels like they're gearing up for a run in the play-in, which if it fails is going to be a monumental failure. Because I think regardless next year, you're a play-in team. Like regardless, like going into next season, you're at worst the 9th best team in the East. Right. So you don't have to worry about that pick conveying next year. And at that point, it just rolls into 2026 and it is what it is. Or I'm sorry, you don't have to worry about the pick being a lottery pick next year. It's going to be a mid 14, 15, 16 is what it is. You get a top 6 pick this year, which hopefully you can develop. Right. I'm so scared of this being the 7th, 8th, or 9th pick and giving it to the Spurs.
Yeah, I'm not. I think the Raptors need to go for it. Okay, so Jay, what's your floor and ceiling with Grady? I just don't see it. If RJ is the best fourth option on a championship team at his ceiling, Grady's realistically a sixth man. Honestly, I think Grady could be the second or third best player on a really good team if his 97th to 99th percentile outcomes hit. Second might be tough, but third is definitely possible. He has a lot of skills that lend themselves to sixth man, and maybe that is something. Otto, LMAO, you're just getting banned. Fuck you, man. Get the fuck out of here. Like I know it's probably in poor taste to tell a guest to fuck off, but like honestly, I've had enough. There's certain people where it's just like every 8 comments they're just like fucking like delusional. Forget it. I think Grady is better than people think. I think his ball skills, shooting, size, effort defensively all project very well into second, third option type. That's if it hits. He has enough size defensively to be competent and hold water on that end. He tries, he sees the game. His IQ is incredible for a 20-year-old basketball player. His habits are great. And he cares. He cares, man. He cares about being a really good player. He didn't sulk. He's a pro. Like he's a pro at 20. He's shown me more as a 20-year-old rookie than most guys on this team have. Okay. In terms of his professional approach, his ability to bounce back from an early start, his getting pulled in and out of the lineup, not getting minutes. He's never sulked. He's never Mario P. Please don't say rest in peace to people who are alive. That's not cool. Okay. Yeah. So I think he can be a really good player, basically. I think the dribble creation and driving skills are getting better as well. So if the ball skills come, a big shooter like that who can get his own bucket, holy shit, definitely second option.
Yeah. I'm curious because I just got on Twitter and I saw that Dennis was supposed to be on the Raptors show today. Do you still think he's on the Raptors show today?
Probably. Yeah. Ethan Levesque, rest in peace. Okay. I'm going to make this a clear announcement. The next person to say rest in peace is getting banned. Okay. And Jose Lopez, that is cap. You are using the 99th percentile argument. Let's say in the 95th percentile argument, Grady still ends up being like a really good player. And also, here's the thing. The potential and likelihood of people getting to their 99th percentile outcome comes down to who they are. Okay? So, like, I think Grady has a higher than average chance relative to most prospects to hit his 95th to 99th percentile outcome. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I would 100% agree with that. I mean, it's not even blind confidence. It's based off the fact that he's a 20-year-old who, even through 6 months through the season, you've seen him make leaps and bounds. So imagine what 2 or 3 off seasons of work is going to do to when he's 23, 24, and he's not a guy that's going to be content with who he is. He's not a guy who's going to start averaging 10 points a game and just get content. He's not a guy who's going to sign his first NBA contract and get content. He's going to work his ass off. And maybe that's something, too, where I'm really high on RJ Barrett because he doesn't seem the same way. He seems like a great teammate, seems like a great guy, works his ass off, does all the right things. Kind of the Pascal Siakam mold of a player, just always working. And that's what I see out of Grady. That's what I see out of RJ.
Yeah. I mean, look, like when you saw Pascal Siakam as a young player, was there any doubt that he was going to hit 95th to 99th percentile outcome? No. And 95th to 99th percentile outcome was probably, exactly what he did hit. He did hit. Like, I think Muhammad, rest in peace. Welcome to the ban list. Get the fuck out of here. Go fuck yourself. Ban user, delete their comments. Yeah. I mean, I'm not kidding around. Like, the rest in peace stuff with Otto is not cool. Yeah. Anyways, Lane, thanks a lot for calling. Any final thoughts?
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch the rest of the season. Like I said, I'm just going to be disappointed. Like I agree with you. I don't think we're going to tank worse than Memphis, especially after the trades we've made today. So holding on the top 6 is a fever dream. But if you don't make the play-in, you have officially reached nightmare scenario. And if there's any case at all that the NBA is rigged, they will give the Spurs the 7th best pick in the draft to put next to Wemby. They will. They will put you one spot behind where your pick will not convey and make it convey.
I think you're too obsessed about something that cannot be controlled now, right?
No, for sure. I think that's
like
just
like you can't control what's done. What you need to do is control what you're doing now. And what you're doing now clearly is you're putting a competent roster around Scotty and around RJ and around Emmanuel quickly, and you're saying, hey, let's see what this can be. Let's give this team a really fair shot. I don't think that, look, man, NBA players, they know what their front office is doing when the pieces don't match up, when the messaging is clear to the coaching staff that, look, you're in a transition stage right now. All these guys, look, once the trade deadline is gone, Spencer Dinwiddie is no longer wondering whether he's going to be traded. Yeah. For about, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months, you have that completely off your chest. This is who we are, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And the thing is that for the last 2 to 3 weeks, I think there's been a cloud over this team's head of, is Otto going to go? Is Dennis going to go? And I think the minute they traded for Emmanuel quickly and Dennis started to come off the bench, you saw I won't say unprofessional effort from Dennis, but there was clearly a shift. There was that stupid quote that came out with Michael Grange of like he wanted to start on his own team. He wanted to run his own team, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just like all of these things were such a distraction. And yeah, sure. It's like, let's put it this way. You can put certain people that maybe not the greatest teammates in a position where they can act like great teammates, provided they get what they want, right? Fred VanVleet might have been a great teammate if they had promised to give him $40 million, right? He would have bought into an off-ball role if they had said, hey, by the way, I know this is inconvenient for you, but we'll give you $40 million, right?
Look at him in Houston right now.
Exactly. But if your girl is only loyal to you if you buy her $10,000 worth of shit every single month, is she loyal?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
if a dude is only not going to hit you if you put out every time he asks, is he a good dude? This conditional morality is what I'm talking about. What I want to know is, who are you when you don't get what you want, right? Like a young player might not be a head case if he gets the role he wants, money he wants, sponsors he wants, time he wants, treatment he wants. But what happens to that young player's attitude and professionalism and a professional approach when you put him on the bench for 10 games and put him in the G League like they did with Grady Dick? This showed me something about him, right? He didn't sulk. He didn't pout. Continued to work hard. That's what I like. With Dennis Schroeder, yeah, sure. Everything's nice. You gave him the money he wanted. You gave him the role he wanted. He never had to compete for a starting spot. He got it unearned over Gary Trent. Gary Trent showed me something. He didn't get what he wanted. He didn't get the extension he wanted. He's still fine. He didn't get the role he wanted. He's still fine. He remained professional. To me, Gary, Grady, RJ, IQ, Scotty, all guys where I have confidence in them going forward as, good dudes to have on the team and guys who can meld well together. I am very happy that Ochai Agbagi is coming into that and Kelly Olynyk's coming into that. I'm curious what state of mind Spencer Dinwiddie is going to be in. But man, if he buys in and he rallies this team, he's a guy that I have a lot of respect for as a basketball player, which is much more than I can say for Dennis Schroeder.
For sure. And my last question, I'm sorry, I don't want to keep you too long, but would you do this? Would you sign this contract with Gary Trent? 4 years, $64 million, but last year is a player option.
No.
You don't think he's worth 16 a year, 16 and a half?
I mean, he might be worth that, but I don't think he's worth 4 years. Number one, so I might do that if it was a 1-and-1 kind of prove 'em deal, where it's like 30. Like I would do 30 million over 2 years because that's basically mid-level, and then gives him a fair shot. I don't feel like tying up 4 years into a player, especially with a player option, is worth it for a guy that I realistically do not expect to start for my team. That to me is just, what happens if he gets injured?
I feel like he's still an extremely tradable asset though at that kind of price point because he's what every contending team is going to be looking for.
I
Microwave
think you're
sports.
I think you're just very, very, very high on Gary because of, you know, knowing his family. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I've been this way too with players that maybe I knew them or knew someone close to them, and I'm unable to see them for what they've been. Gary Trent Jr., for all the good things I've said about him, for all the bad things I've said about him, is definitely not what every championship team needs, in my opinion. Every championship team needs a sixth man, because if you're talking 15 million 4 years, you're talking more than 15 million, you're talking $16 million a year with a player option for 4 years. You're talking team takes all the risk. He takes no risk. He gets financial security. Okay. And you're talking about player options. So he also gets the optionality on the end of that deal when he'll be in his prime, by the way. You know, he'll be in his prime to take that. So if it works out for him, he wins 4 years. And if it doesn't work out for him, then you're stuck. And what I'm saying is, if he can't finish in the paint, his athleticism, ball handling, passing ability, which was getting a little bit better, but not great, defense overall, rebounding, he doesn't do anything for you other than shoot, bro. His shot creation is not great. His paint finishing is not great. He's a severely limited player. I think you have something much better in Grady and Ochai. I really do. As prospects, I think Ochai and Grady are better. And they play the same position.
I would agree. I would just hate to lose him for nothing. You know, I mean, it's nothing personal. Like, I don't know his family. Like, I had classes with his family, so it's not like we're like, you know, like family friends or anything. So it's nothing personal. It's just, you know, you kind of see a hometown guy on the team that's not your hometown team, and it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, like he's been a really positive presence. And honestly, if he was the 8th or 9th best player on this team and he was the 4th guy off the bench and he played well off the bench instead of ass, then I'd be much clearer on this. But he has shown time and time again that he actually performs really poorly off the bench and that he is a severely limited player if he's starting for you. Now, in fairness and in his defense, he was a starter on a 48-win team. That is a fair defense.
He exploded in February that month too. That was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I see his upside. I also see what you're saying a lot. Especially if you have Grady kind of in the rafters, just kind of waiting. It's going to be tough if you lose him for nothing in the offseason, in my opinion, because I feel like he does have value. And I feel like he's just going to be one of those guys where if he goes somewhere else, like Phoenix, for example, I think it'd be a great landing spot for him. If he went to Phoenix, I feel like he's going to pop. And it's going to be like, damn. You know, I feel like him and Grayson Allen are comparable players. I know Grayson's defense is a lot better, but Grayson's also 2-3 years older. I feel like Grady could not Grady, I'm sorry. I feel like Gary can get there in other facets of his game, you know, to kind of make up for that defensive gap with Grayson. So that's kind of why I model it 16.5 instead of the 18-19 million of Grayson's contract. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I would like to see him stay around. I do agree with you on a short-term deal. I just don't think that – I think we'll give him the short-term deal. I just don't think that he'll take the short-term deal compared to going somewhere like, I don't know, Charlotte or Memphis or Phoenix or something like that for roughly the same contract.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Thanks a lot for calling in, Lane.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
it. Too. Okay. So let's take a look at Woj. Some deals have broken down. Of course, Patrick Beverley going to the Bucks to shore up their defense. Good move for them, I think. Bucks send a second-round pick to the Sixers. Interesting. Apparently, prickly personalities do have a way of wearing their welcome out. Yeesh. Okay. So all is quiet right now, and it has been quiet for a little bit. Okay. Daniel House has been waived. Multiple contenders. I'll be curious to see who gets bought out as well. There are certain rules that prevent. You know, I'm curious if, you know, for instance, Kyle Lowry is being shopped right now. I'm sure he is. I wonder what he would go for in that case. Memphis sending David Roddy. This is hard for me to understand how they did this because and by the way, if you're looking at guys who the Raptors have been high on, David Roddy is a guy that the Raptors have been high on for a bit here. Memphis is sending David Roddy to the Suns for a pick swap as part of a 3-team trade with Brooklyn. The Suns pick up O'Neal and Roddy for their postseason rotation. This is incredible for Phoenix. I just want to be clear. David Roddy and Royce O'Neal is exactly what that team needed, and they'll probably be like, candidates for a buyout. But how are they able to? Oh, okay. There are some stipulations in terms of who they can sign on the buyout market. They won't be able to sign anyone, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. They won't be able to sign anyone who made over $5 million in their last deal, if I'm not mistaken, or the mid-level. I can't remember. So I don't think they'll be eligible to take on like a guy like Kyle Lowry, for instance. If the Raptors can pick up Bruce Brown's option, might be able to get something decent in the offseason. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I drank way too much coffee. I need to go to the washroom. I am going to leave the Pendant Film Festival website on the screen in my absence for give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. In the meanwhile, again, this film is coming. I promised you guys yesterday that the trailers would be up. This is the trailer for our Friday night feature, Pratfall. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm going to leave the link in the comments for Pendants. That is that. Pendants is coming up. I'm the festival director of Pendants. Pendants sponsoring this video, so to speak. So this is the trailer for Pratfall, and I will be right back. Boom.
Yeah, another wonderful day in New York, yeah? Beautiful day. Goddamn right it is.
Ties for that. My bad. To myself. Anyways, Pratfall is coming on Friday night. It's an awesome film. The director will be in attendance, and you should definitely attend that movie. There are a ton of movies coming to Pendants, 41 films overall. They're different. Some are thrillers, some are comedies, some are really disturbing, some are awesome, but some are making world premieres, and I think you'll really like them if you like Pensar basketball. Okay, moving back. And again, February 22nd to 25th. Back to back to the trade deadline. Okay, we're counting down the last 25 minutes of this. We are in the home stretch. That trailer lost us 100 people in this break. Lost 100 people. Let's get him back. Will Lou posted. Did he post with teary-hearted emojis? Dennis Schroeder was the best friend I'll ever know, and he was the greatest person. Did he block me? What? Did he block me? I wouldn't blame him at all, but what the hell is his handle? Oh, there we go. Right there. That's hilarious. Okay, I mean, to anyone saying like the Raptors are the mid, we the mid, whatever, I don't know what you were expecting, coming out of today, but I think overall, like, have you seen tweets from Chris Wilder? He's such a casual. I'm not gonna make a comment on Chris, but yeah, sure. I have definitely seen his tweets. Yeah, I mean, look, like in terms of the we the mid stuff, like chill. Like, what were you expecting? I think the Raptors got way better. Like they did get way better. Like some of us didn't want them to get better, but hey, like you win last night's game, you change the trajectory a little bit because I'm telling you right now, you're not going to out-tank the Memphis Grizzlies right now. They have shown it clearly. They are going to be embarrassingly bad, right? Forever. Like the Memphis Grizzlies are about to be like really bad for the next, few weeks. I'm surprised that the Kings haven't made a move yet. So here's the thing. The Toronto Raptors like flexibility, right? They really value flexibility. You'll never know what they turn down for guys like Dennis Schroeder, et cetera, because they have pretty much relinquished or they pretty much relegated themselves to only accepting back expiring contracts. They will not take back like longer term deals. But what if one of those longer term deals was attached to a player that, was serviceable and could really, really help you, right? All right, that's funny. The Raptors have traded Doug Smith to China for 3 pairs of socks. I swear I read 3 first-round picks and I was going to lose my mind there for a second. I've been on a bit of a heater with Doug Smith. Yeah. I don't like him. That's just my take on it. And boom, Dennis is gone. We are a happy camper. I asked for a retweet on this if you wanted the Toronto Star to fire Doug Smith. I just really don't like him. Yeah. Lyra saying, Lyra, I'm so sorry. You had called in. If you want to call back in, we didn't get to you. But yeah, if you want to call back in, yeah, we will get to you now. He's got a family. What does that mean? I have a family. Like, what does that mean? He's bad at his job and people always do this. Like he's got a family. What are we talking about? Yeah. Like me tweeting about something is going to get someone to actually lose their job. Chill. Facts. It's like seeing someone has puppies. So what? Yes, he is that bad. He's every bit that bad. You don't think this is problematic? Dwight Howard is a thug? Facts. Basically that guy. There we go. We need to trade Bruce Brown. I agree. I mean, the Raptors are really, really dragging this out. I feel like, well, we haven't dealt him yet, but we could still deal him. And I think here's the thing. Like Mike Eva saying, Boucher, Nawara, Agbaji, Temple, McDaniels. That's depth. The implications are funny. If the plan is to make the play-in, Bruce Brown helps right now. I think that's it, right? Bruce Brown, yeah, like he will help you win basketball games. And honestly, Bruce is that guy that the better the players, the better he is. Like the better the players around him, the better he is. It's not a cop out or anything like that, but he is that guy who's going to be a little bit better. Let me see some super chats here. KP with the Pat Bev got traded to the Bucks with the dogs. It's hilarious. John Iskander, can we get Brown and Boucher gone? There's no need to hold on to them at that point, in my opinion. Yeah, I think the Raptors are definitely trying. And, there was somebody in the Houston area who I know who said that, he attended the game Raptors Houston and that Boucher did not look happy and that he looked like he was very much relegated or sounded like, in the conversation that they had, relegated to the fact that he was going to get traded. So obviously, if he does not get traded, you face the extra complication of him kind of knowing that, he knew that he was going to get traded. That's always the complication You know, when you don't trade a guy that knows that you've been dangling him, which is, you know, is that relationship fracture. It's kind of like what the Blue Jays are going through right now with Vladdy Guerrero, right? Like they know that they were trying to go for Ohtani. They know that they wanted to pay him less. You know what I mean? So like, how do you repair that relationship right now, right? It's hard. Beefy saying all in. We just blew it up 3 weeks ago. Guys, relax. Facts. And it took a lot. By the way, a lot of people of color told him that this was a ridiculous comment and that he should remove it. And he fucking told them to go fuck themselves, and he didn't listen to them. And it took Katie Nolan, a white woman, to basically go up to him and be like, hey, this is problematic, for him to actually do this down. Allegedly, Kayla Gray had actually messaged him and said that there was a problematic thing, and he didn't listen to her either. So look, man, like, I'm sorry. You do get to a point in life where life passes you by. That point happened 25 years ago with him. Okay. Can we evaluate the Pascal trade? What? Why? That happened like months ago. Didn't happen. That happened like 5 years ago, bro. 65 years ago. 65 million years. What are we talking about? We're talking about something that happened that long ago. Why open that can of worms again? It's worked out very well for the Indiana Pacers. I will say that much, right? And obviously, you know, for the Raptors, is like the other shoe has to drop right now, because you got Bruce Brown for Pascal Siakam. You got those picks. You just traded one of those picks away, and, you know, boom. You missed my first two comments of the starting five, then the bench five thing, then the depth five. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me go back and try to find it. I wish there was a way to just search one person's comments. Gotcha. Okay. So let's go back and find. So Mike saying that's the depth. This is the bench. Dinwiddie, Trent Jr., Brown, Dick, Porter. Okay. And then, okay, well, the starters are then evident as, I guess, Kelly Olynyk, Jakob Poeltl, RJ, Scotty, and IQ. That's decent. That's a decent 10-man rotation. I mean, you might be better off at this point, because Porter and, I mean, shooting is good. Shooting at your big position is good. Look, I mean, look, the thing that not Grady Dick. Wow. Wow. JJ Redick said about surrounding Scotty with movement shooters and putting the pieces around him. Well, guess what? Now you've just done that, haven't you? Had Immanuel Quickley and Kelly Olynyk been on your roster to open this season, they would be the best shooters on your roster. Now they're on your roster, right? RJ Barrett is competent from the corners. Scotty Barnes has become a pretty decent shooter. I think you've solved a lot of your spacing concerns, and you have like some really good. I know people like they're waiting for like the big sexy pick. I feel like had the Raptors traded for Benedict Mathurin today, I feel like a lot of you would probably feel like the Raptors got like way better. But I feel like they traded for players who have, like, honestly, gun to my head, Benedict Mathurin or Ochai Agbagi, who's going to be a better player? I have no idea. That's how high I am on Ochai, and that's how low I am on Benedict Mathurin. You know, so I think like you can split the difference between the two. You can say Ben's younger, but like again, just to be a superstar or a isolation scorer doesn't mean that you're not going to be a good player. You could project to be a really serviceable role player. People don't value role players enough. You know, what's Cason Wallace? Cason Wallace a superstar? No, he's a really great role player. Lou Dort, great role player. OG Anunoby right now, great role player. Right? Miles Turner, great role player. None of these guys are superstars. None of these guys are stars. They're just role players. But that's how you win. You win basketball games on those guys. Van saying Doug McDermott to Pacers for second round pick. Well, great. You know, the Spurs just keep winning, right? Okay, let's get back to the trades. The Spurs are trading Doug McDermott to the Pacers. Sources tell ESPN. I mean, a lot of transactions have happened here so far already. Dinwiddie's shot chart is bad. We can look at it. I have no doubt it's bad this year, but it was great in Dallas. Like, he was awesome in Dallas. And, you know, I think the Raptors are buying into the Eesh. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. He's a mid-range assassin who's pretty much cold from everywhere else. But this is 2015. Oh, this is great. I didn't know you could bridge it by season. This is awesome. Great feature. Hang on. This is going to be really interesting. Oh my God, this is awesome. Hang on. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to rookie season. Next year. Saw a lot more solid three-point shooting. Better paint finishing. 2022, 2023, this is elite. Like, really good. And then this year is probably a lot worse. There you go. Still a deadly corner shooter right now, shooting 45% from both corners. He's a good shooter, man. Like, his weakness is right here, which is where IQ is strongest. But yeah, I'm actually really curious now to see. This is going to be fun. Check this out. Scotty year 1. Scotty year 2. Look at the growth. Scotty year 3. Just look at that beefing up right here. He went from 23% to 40% in that area of the court. I think the next step for Scotty is this area needs to get real black real fast. Like, it needs to get into the significantly above average range. Once that happens, he's on a completely different level. I think RJ Barrett's would be a really interesting shot chart to evaluate as well. Okay. So there is rookie season. So second year, we got a beef up in volume. Got a slightly more efficient three-point shooting season. This was his best three-point shooting season by far, 2020, 2021. Now the next year, we got a little cold from the corners, cold from the top, cold from the corners, and became almost strictly like no mid-range guy. And then this year has been more of the continuation of the same. He has no efficient zones on the court. And I think that that's troubling, that he's not overly efficient anywhere other than probably like right there at the nail. Like, he's a midi pull-up guy. But yeah, like for him, I think these corners need to get blacked out. They need to be like 47, 48% from the corners. And this paint percentage could go up to like, let's say 60%. I think that would be enough of a shift. Now let's look at Kelly Olynyk and his beautiful shot chart, which you can see. Look at the efficiency. Beautiful. Okay. So that was as a rookie, sophomore. So we see the paint finishing got a hell of a lot better as he got stronger. then boom, became a dynamite 3-point shooter. Look at this freaking shot chart. This is a guy who you win basketball games with. This is what great basketball player shot charts actually look like. Holy shit, right? Like that's last year. And look at this year. He's just like a super efficient guy. He's too good to be a bench player in the NBA right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, he's just a really good player. Kings trade. Oh boy. Okay. Away from the shot charts. Felt like they had to make a trade, but yeah, I'm curious now what their trade was. Good job. If people are saying it's a great trade for them, I'm assuming it has something to do with Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes, but let's see what they traded. Oh, Robin. That's the trade you're talking about? Robin Lopez? Good job, my boy, Robin. Okay. That's the trade? Sorry, is that what you guys are talking about? Okay, and I'm back, and my computer crashed, and I'm really sorry. And a lot happened in the 3 minutes, 5 minutes that I was gone. Spencer Dinwiddie waived. Shit. Okay, didn't want to be here. Maybe Raptors didn't want him here. I don't understand it. Raptors keeping Brown. Apparently, this is disappointing as hell. What? Okay, let's check this out. Guys, Brown confirmed it on his IG story hours ago. Maybe, but I don't see why he would want to come. This is crap. This is weird, man. Okay, let me pull up the... A little confusing. I'll say that much. It's definitely a little confusing. I hope this this is the comment of the day. You deserve that. Okay. I think this puts into context just like how much they want cap space. Okay. I just want to put that out there. That's true. I felt definitely that the Spencer Dinwiddie is a better player than Dennis Schroeder. And if it was a 1-for-1 swap, great. But we just basically moved Thaddeus Young, an expiring contract of Thaddeus Young, to not have to pay Dennis Schroeder $12 million next year. What does that say to you? First round pick for salary dump. Where are we? Okay, are you saying that because we traded a first round pick for Thaddeus Young? I think in fairness, we've probably extracted enough value out of that trade, right? I think. I'm still not saying it was a good deal, but like, yeah. Also, we hated Dennis that much. I think it's also worth noting that Rob, are you serious, bro? You think RJ is not better than Barnes? Man, you're pretty close to getting banned too, bro. Like, I think I've had enough of you in general. Okay, so you can trade him at the deadline. You can trade him at the deadline. Sorry, not the deadline, at the draft. He is trade eligible at the draft. So that might be the way they're looking at this, that we can still trade him. Yeah. I think, honestly, dude, if I predicted this correctly, okay, Delano Banton, our Rexdale boy, gets traded to the Portland Trailblazers for a heavily protected second round pick. Hey, the guy that we waived got you a second round pick. What does that tell you? The Bucks are okay. Lopez is expected to be waived and become a free agent. If he gets waived and becomes a free agent and he comes to Toronto, I get tickets. Rob, different opinion on banned? Wow. Wait, lose subscriber. It's not that you have a different opinion. It's just that your opinions are consistently ridiculous. And I feel like you're trolling. There's no way any human being with a fully functional brain can think things that you think about basketball. I don't think it's possible. So what picks do we have now? We have if we tank, we have the San Antonio /Toronto pick, which is top 6 protected. We have the Indiana pick we have the Detroit second round pick, and then we have the Indiana 2026 pick. Effectively, we traded away the OKC pick for Ochai Agbagi, and we traded away Kyra Lewis and Otto Porter effectively for Kelly Olynyk. Yeah, exactly. So we were picking 3 times in the draft. The more likely situation is that we're picking twice. Now, okay, so help me understand this Spencer Dinwiddie. Who's our backup point guard? It's a good question. Who is our backup point guard now? That is a really, really good question. Is Bruce Brown your backup point guard now? Killian Hayes would be an interesting look. Yeah. Doughton would be even better. A-Shep. No. Nope. We're freeing the Liberty. Javon Freeman gonna save my franchise. Don't bet on it. I mean, it is weird, right? Like Dennis Schroeder is playing a ton of minutes for the Raptors, right? So, like, you do have to ask yourself now, how bad did you? And I mean, worth noting, Thaddeus Young's been playing a tremendous number of minutes for you too. These two have started a ton of games this year. Actually, let me take a look at this here. Please, to the credible members of this community, please let me know if something else breaks. But it seems like, I mean, this is very, this does not make sense. No. I mean, Lowry would be a really, really great get, I think, if you're really serious about turning this around. Was there nothing else included in that trade that we just waived Spencer Dinwiddie? We couldn't get anything from the Nets. Like we couldn't get man. Like we couldn't get Day'Ron Sharp. Like I would have thrown that second round pick away to get Day'Ron Sharp. We couldn't get like one of their young players. Like they have a lot of young players, you know, that were decent upside swings. You get a second round pick out of this. Like, come on, man. Nothing. To avoid paying $1.5 million upcoming contract bonus for the games played, the Toronto Raptors are planning to waive Spencer Dinwiddie, major new entry to NBA's buyout market, who will be coveted by several playoff teams. I just don't get it. Like you couldn't find a third team that could have used this guy that would be willing to pay your $1.5 million. This is weird. I'm sorry. He is a good player. Like he might be having a down year this year. He's not playing well this year. Maybe he's played himself out of, being worth a first round pick, but he's worth at least a couple seconds. And he is like, if Bradley Beal, like, I'm sorry, like this is weird to me. Granted, basically this is, you turn Dennis Schroeder and Thaddeus Young into cap space, I guess. Yeah. Moobs, you gotta connect your devices, bro. It says device is not connected. Okay. Moobs, what's up?
What's up?
What's going on?
I'm genuinely confused right now. And I want your input on this. So are the Raptors trying to turn this around, Are they trying to turn the season around, or are they going for more of a tank like this season? I'm actually
Honestly, if you were trying to turn this around, I don't see how the fuck you waived Spencer Dinwiddie. He's a good player.
Wait, we like it's actually confirmed that we waived him, or like we're planning to?
Shams said we're planning to. Now Shams has been wrong a few times as well. So I'm curious what this will settle to, because you do have an open roster spot.
Right.
Hang on. Hold on. How many open roster spots do we have right now? Let's just figure this out for a second. Kyra Lewis, that was a roster spot, right?
Yeah.
He's been traded. Otto was traded today. Schroeder and Thaddeus Young. All 4 were traded. And how many players did you take back for all of them? If Spencer Dinwiddie is gone, you took back 2 players,
right,
which is Kelly Olynyk, and so you have 2 open roster spots right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me think you could be players on the buyout market. For players, maybe someone gets waived. Maybe a guy like Killian Hayes is your backup point guard going forward. Would that be the worst thing in the world? I don't think that's the worst thing in the world at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think one positive, this obviously frees up more minutes for Grady Dick. I think that's a positive for the Raptors.
How does it free up more minutes for him?
Schroeder.
They don't play the same position.
Right. I mean, they're both guards, but yeah, I see.
I mean, like Grady's minutes actually just became a little bit more complicated and congested, in my opinion, because you didn't trade Bruce Brown,
right?
And you added Ochai Agbagi,
yeah,
who will definitely get some minutes for you, at some point. So I think by not trading Gary, you traded Otto, who wasn't playing. You traded Thad, who's a big, right?
Yeah.
I don't see how this opens up any more minutes for Grady at all.
Really?
Unless, of course, this puts Scotty back at point, right?
Yeah.
JD saying more minutes for Scotty at point. Yes, that for sure will be there.
Yeah.
Right. And if Scotty's playing more point, then yes, Grady would play a little bit more at the guard or wing.
Quickly would start at the 2. I'm assuming if they run Scotty at point.
I don't know. I think they're not going to start Scotty at point. They'll continue to start quickly. But I'm saying, like, if you split shift their shifts,
right?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
I don't know.
So, what do you think of the Kelly Olynyk trade?
I liked it overall. I think it's a good move for the Raptors. I'm not crying over the pick that was sent out. I don't think
it was probably gonna be like 28, 29, right?
It could be as high as 25 though. Worth noting. But yeah, it was somewhere in the 25 to 29 range. They like Ochai Agbagi. I think that entire trade hinges on what you sign Kelly Olynyk back for. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're going for cap space, right? You have Bruce Brown at $23 million. I'm surprised he wasn't moved.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Wait, he has one more year on his deal after next season, or does it expire this season?
Bruce Brown is he has a team option for next year.
Team option, okay.
So you can trade him at the draft before picking up his team option, and the team that basically takes him. But I think that he had more value right now than he will in 3 months.
Yeah,
so
I think so because playoff teams want him right now.
Exactly. So that's confusing. But yeah. Anyways, moves. Any final thoughts?
I'm honestly just confused. But no, that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers, man. All right. And the final caller of the day. Who else could it be? Coach Mo. What's going on?
Yo, listen. The one thing I wanted happened. Dennis is off this team. It's a great.
Did you want competent team building? Because I feel like waiving Spencer Dinwiddie kind of puts a bit of a kibosh in my trade deadline. Good vibes.
So this is all cap space. So I mean, they must have a plan for this. Like, none of this makes sense if we don't do something with the cap space.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't do anything with the cap space, none of this makes sense. And my faith in this front office gets even worse. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that there's going to be some use of this cap space that they're planning ahead and they need a certain number, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you can rationalize this. But yeah, watching last game and watching Dennis Schroeder end the game and Grady Dick play 15 minutes, I'm so glad Dennis is gone. I don't even need to, like, if you told me Dennis is gone, that's all I need. I'm going to celebrate and then I'll figure out what we traded him for later. Like,
do you think that maybe, just maybe, and I don't know, that this is about to happen?
I thought of that too. Yo, when you said that, because the cap space is like 40 million, I'm like, yo, it's not as crazy sounding as it was when you first said it. It wasn't really that crazy when you said it, but now it's like you can't dismiss it.
I feel like all of this cap space is either for Nick Claxton or OG. I wonder if you can get both under it, but yeah,
I would be more comfortable overpaying OG than I would be paying Nick Claxton.
More uncomfortable?
I'd be more comfortable overpaying OG.
Yeah, so would I.
Because OG fits, he fills the weaknesses of BBQ so well.
Yes, he does.
Everything that BBQ isn't, OG is.
Yep.
Scotty can be, but he's just a worse version of OG.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of being the best version of Scotty.
Yeah. Bruno Lira. Are you the Bruno Lira that I know involved with Pendants? Or are you a completely different Bruno Lira? You spell a little bit differently. I think, the thing with people saying like OG is not coming back, like you don't know that, number one. It was weird enough the Raptors traded with the Knicks in the first place. I still think for a team that has historically not been great at attracting free agents, you have to know in advance that you're attracting a free agent to do all of this. Like, you didn't just do this on hopes and dreams. Like, you'd be so stupid to do that in hopes and dreams, right?
Hypothetical. So hear this out. Is a core of Scotty, IQ, RJ, Grady, is that something OG would want to play for more under Darko's system than Nick Nurse as the coach with the Fred Siakam tandem? Like, what if you're OG, which one sounds better to you?
This one. Yeah. I think this one sounds a lot better. He's a big fan of Scotty. They're close, they're tight. Some of the elements that were in his way, maybe not in his way anymore, which is specifically, the pecking order of, and then also like he fits such a need with the Raptors. He has good relationships with the Raptors. I don't know. Like,
Nick's not better, huh? Speaking
the
of
Knicks
Nick.
did get a lot better, but at the end of the day, he's playing like a crazy ton of minutes. He's not exactly upped his usage in any way.
Looking at the Knicks and the moves they're making, don't you remember a time where we were that shrewd team that wasn't really there yet, but just slowly plugging away? Man, I miss those days.
Well, I mean, we just you're not happy about Kelly Olynyk and Ochai Agbagi?
Oh, Kelly Olynyk, man. So Thad Young, I'm just remembering lineups of Thad Young like a week ago. It seemed like Thad Young, Dennis Schroeder, and like Bruce Brown in the starting lineup. I think playing Gary with them sometimes. It was just like, all right, those days. I never want to see those. But randomly, I was thinking to myself, so you know how there have been rumors of our front office being the most difficult, and we've been basically teasing teams for like.
I think we've proven ourselves to be like terrible. Like the last couple of months, I think we've proven ourselves to be like willing to lose a lot of trades. Like, we've lost every single trade we've done so far. As much as I'm pro the Knicks trade, I think the average person could look at that trade and say they won that trade right now.
Today, yes.
Yes, today, yes. What Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett become for the Raptors down the line is a completely different thing. But obviously, if you get OG back in the offseason, well, then you've completed the fleece of the century.
I just think the way we've been like pretending we wanted to make trades. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what the perception is. That's what the narrative is. It's like we've been fishing, but not really trying to fish, but just wasting everybody's time. I feel like
Sure.
when people pick up the phone with the Raptors, it's like we're not playing around. You're the boy who cried wolf, and we're giving you no benefit of doubts. We're giving you no discounts. It's hardball from the jump. We'll hang up the phone. Like,
Yeah.
it's like we've played ourselves for 2 years, and now we're in a hole, and we've cried wolf, and no one's coming to save us.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna lie, we deserve it. It's like, oh, you want a first for Bruce Brown? Not happening. Right?
But
Oh,
allegedly,
second round
we
pick
had an
for-
offer for Bruce Brown
Why
for
is
a
he here?
first.
Why is Bruce Brown still on the team? Like, why?
I think he's going to be their backup point guard, dude. Yeah, I think he's going to be their backup point guard, and I think you're just going to be a really bigger team across the board. I'm a little bit surprised that they traded Spencer Dinwiddie over $1.5 million. Like they're not even close to the cap right now or the luxury tax. I don't know why they would pay that.
Yeah, he's too good of a player to be bought out. That seems insane.
Yeah, he is too good of a player to be bought out. These people are crazy. Like he's like the 5th or 6th best player on your team right now. What are you doing? If you intend to be good, this is going to come back and bite you, you know. And if you're not intending to be good, then what are you doing with Kelly Olynyk?
Is there no G League? Like, man, remember when like there's no call up, huh? There's no 905 call up.
Yeah.
This is the time to have a call up. You know what I mean? This would be it.
I mean, we have two open roster spots. I'm curious to know what we're gonna do with them. We're probably not riding this out.
And the farm team, there's nothing on the farm team, right? There's nothing.
Yeah,
I mean,
there isn't. I mean, maybe they could
Porter's the only
look
one,
at
and he's hurt. I mean, maybe Freeman Liberty, you know. But
Javon Freeman Liberty. Look, I think maybe they could convert Porter's two-way into a minimum deal, you know, for a couple of years or something like that, and then just sort of save that. Nelson Lee saying losing faith in Masai. Well, here's the thing. If you were a believer, Bobby Webster press conference at 3:30. Okay, I guess we will watch that, I guess. 3:30, where is it? On Raptors YouTube?
it's just like when you watch the deadline closer to 3 and you saw all these teams make moves and you're like, wow, that's good. And you saw the rumors, you saw contenders or teams who believe to be contenders.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Bruce Brown couldn't have been in there. I feel like there's a bias towards us again for wasting everybody's time for like 2.5 years, that they just don't want to deal with us.
Yeah.
It's like honestly, Rob, don't you feel like we're paying a tax for wasting people's time for 2 years?
Yeah. This is hilarious. This guy had this video ready to go 2 hours ago. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure he made a video called Spencer Dinwiddie Welcome to Toronto. Maximilian
Is that,
7.
okay, this buyout, is that confirmed? Is that like official? It
No.
can't be official because he's not allowed to be yet.
I don't know. Oh shit, what? Cool. It says at 3:00.
I can't believe we couldn't get anything for him. And Boucher's on the team still. Like, why is Boucher still on the team? If cap space is what you wanted, you couldn't trade Boucher to another team that needed him, and you just take a contract that ends this year that's worse.
Agreed.
Or on a worse player. Like, you know what I mean? If you're really going to do this expiring contract stuff, you might as well go all the way out with it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree.
And get like 50 million, you know what I mean? And just get two $25 million players or something like that, or one max guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, like the roster moves are not looking great, man. You signed Dennis Schroeder. You used a very valuable asset that you had, which was the mid-level exception. You got half a year of bullshit and drama out of him. Your season tanked, and you moved off of him for nothing. Nothing. Literally nothing. Not a young player, not a pick, nothing. So you use that. Jalen McDaniels, complete F. zero, not an NBA player right now.
Yeah, nobody
And
wants
you
that.
wasted
Nobody wants that.
$4.5 million on a guy that wasn't getting anything but a minimum contract from somebody else. So it is just ridiculous. This team, their front office right now is really, really, really struggling. And you know, here's the thing. You haven't seen the full thing yet. You haven't seen the full vision of it yet. But the
Yes.
process has been horrendous. I mean, you hold out on Bruce Brown. You know, you don't get the first round pick. What happens if you just let him expire?
I
Because
know.
you're not picking up his contract. Here's the thing: if your goal was, oh, we want cap flexibility, guess what? You can't extend his team option, or you won't have that cap flexibility.
Yeah. And
Same
now,
thing with Kelly Olynyk. If you have Kelly Olynyk on your books, he's not a player. I mean, granted, he's a player that you could potentially trade. No, he's not a player you can trade because he's a fucking free agent. So you have no rights over him. And then if you want to keep him, you have to. You cannot. What am I saying? You can't re-sign him without his bird rights, without like waiving his bird rights. Do you know what I mean? So like you'll be held on to his cap hold, whatever the hell that is.
yeah, you have
And
to
it's
basically renounce him completely, and he's a free agent.
exactly at which point, why did you trade for him?
And that deadline of whether you're going to the team option deadline, that's before free agency. So you might not even know all the information you need to know prior to making that decision.
Right.
Right. So it's like, let's hope.
You could always, in fairness, you could always, I believe, I'm not a cap specialist. I need to get much better at being a cap specialist. And someone who's really, really, really absorbed the rules of the CBA, because the new CBA has kind of got me a little bit confused about some stuff. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that you can allow his team option. You can not pick it up, and then you can let him become a free agent and then re-sign him using his bird rights.
But like today, after this trade deadline, the Siakam trade looks worse.
Yeah, it does.
Because it was all a premise. We were like, we tried to numb the pain of the Siakam trade
by saying, look at what we're going to get for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, what are we going to get for Bruce Brown? Right? It's like, we're going to get a first for Bruce Brown. So we got 4 firsts, right? It's like this front office is post Scotty Barnes run. They're paying the price, right? They're paying the price of chasing the ghosts of championships past for 3 years. They're paying those prices. They're still paying it. And it's a steep price. Like being asleep at the wheel for 2.5 years, there are consequences for that.
I mean, and also like I would argue at this stage, given what he's done to date, it's debatable as hell whether Ochai Agbagi is worth a first round pick. Like he's a good young player. I really like him, but you could see a player like this getting dealt for 2 seconds instead of a first round pick. Like a late first round pick. What are we splitting hairs over this? Not a valuable first round pick, whatever. Obviously, he was picked 14th overall in a much better draft the next year, and you're giving up 24th. But also, part of the value of the draft pick is the flexibility of it, right? It's also the cap hold of 4 years on a very, very reasonably priced asset. You've already lost 1.5 years of that price discount on Ochai Agbagi, not to mention he makes a hell of a lot more than the 25th, 28th overall pick does, right? So you pay twice as much for half as long. It's not a good deal, right?
He's 24 in April. He's not a pup.
That's also a really fair point. He has not been a great NBA player to date. And, whereas I still think that he has a lot in common with wings that Darko and Jama have turned into better players. And I have a feeling he might be, look, man, like some of us were saying Nickeil Alexander-Walker like 2 years ago, right? Same shit. A lot of the same strengths.
For this front office, the one thing I will say about them that is kind of defend them a bit is the only real chip they had to play of value that people valued for real was OG. OG is the only trade chip teams, I believe, went at the table and were serious.
Okay.
That is the only one. because that's the only one people really wanted. They weren't paying nothing for a 2-month rental Fred. Nobody was. You're
For
getting
Fred?
scraps. You're getting scraps or nothing. Take it or leave it. You're not getting man. It's not happening.
I mean,
Right?
okay, hold on. That's not true
To me.
because Grayson Allen is a serviceable player. Okay, first of all, he is a serviceable rotation player, and a second-round pick is a second-round pick. Could you have squeezed Grayson Allen in 2 seconds from the Bucks for Fred VanVleet last year? Absolutely, you could have.
You think
That's considerably better than nothing.
Okay,
and I
and you
think
think-
also right now, if you consider who Grayson Allen is as a player, as much as I hate that dude, like I can't stand his game, can't stand his face. But in terms of what the Raptors need, shooting, defense, he fits perfectly with what the Raptors needed.
But I meant like in a position where they have some authority, where they can speak with some bass in their voice. OG was the only one to me. The rest, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
And you are behind the 8 ball, and they don't need to do you no favors. We'll walk. I think Siakam, Fred at the deadline, Bruce Brown, they're like, we don't have to do this, bro. That's the energy they were getting. We're doing you a favor here, buddy. Except OG. OG's the only one.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I get it. RJ McLeod, what's going on? Ghostface, what's up?
Yo, wait. So I caught a bit of the live stream earlier.
I was very happy about Spencer Dinwiddie.
It's whatever. He's whatever. I just hope that if he's waived, like we could get Lowry if he's bought out. That's my hope. But how you feel about that?
I love Kyle Lowry. Obviously, I would love to see Kyle back, even if it's for 10 minutes a night, and to replace some of the veteran leadership that you lost via Thad and Otto. But let's just be clear for a second here.
Okay.
Thad and Otto were really, really close guys to Scotty.
They were.
2 more fucking close teammates of Scotty now go. Now, I'm not crying over that. You end up keeping Chris. You end up keeping Gary. Gary's another guy who's pretty close to Scotty. Chris is a guy who's pretty close to Scotty. But ultimately, is the point to just surround him with people he just does not fuck with at this point? Because, like, you've traded everybody. You traded OG. You've gotten rid of Christian Koloko. You got rid of Precious. You got rid of Goran Dragic. You got rid of Sam Decker. You got rid of every fucking player. Yuta Watanabe. I'm not saying any of these guys needed to stay, but I'm saying, like, at some point, put guys around him that he actually wants to be around. Now, I have no doubt that he's going to get along pretty well with Ochai Agbagi. I would love to see, a connection, some connection forming between him and Emmanuel Quickley. I think it would be good, right? But again, at some point, it does matter. Your young players need a sense of community and family. They're away from home. They can get kind of lost, they can go through the weeds a little bit. And I think that it's pretty important to have players that, can, like, why did LeBron play on the same team as James Jones and Mike Miller so often?
They were friends.
Yeah, exactly. Antoine Rose saying their job isn't to surround him with friends. Their job is to win. They're not fucking winning, genius. Number one. Number two, tell me how the fuck Goran Dragic was any worse than Thaddeus Young. You traded away Goran Dragic and then started bitching immediately as a fan base that you didn't have a backup point guard. You just had a backup point guard. You decided not to keep him. It's not like he wasn't being professional. He was great for Scotty. He really helped. If you ever get Scotty on record to talk about, how much Goran Dragic helped him early in his career, like, ask him about it to the Toronto media. Ask him, like, who are your top 5 all-time favorite teammates? I guarantee you they're all gone. It's just, it's disappointing.
I guarantee you none of them were point guards.
Goran is one of his favorites.
Yeah, I meant the other two. And I just read something. I think you mentioned it. Dennis was not happy with coming off the bench after a certain point when we were no longer going to be competitive.
So we did him a favor?
He requested a trade. Yeah, good riddance.
He requested a trade?
That's what this one report is saying from, I don't know how to pronounce it, the Warcha report.
Oh, God. He's saying that?
He's saying, listening, this is what it says. It says, listening to Michael Grange on Sportsnet show, it sounds like Dennis was upset coming off the bench and wasn't feeling it during a recent road trip. Dennis Schroeder may have asked to be moved. That's what the person who listened to Michael Grange on. But Michael Grange knows absolutely nothing. Anything he says, the opposite happens.
Yeah.
But to me, you know how earlier this year people were upset and they had like petitions, people signing to fire Bobby and Masai. Listen, I was never that's extreme. But this summer, the draft and free agency, this is a big summer. Because this summer they could lose faith 100%.
Yeah.
This is the summer. This is a make or break. Because this deadline, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to undo certain wrongs. And I don't think they can undo the damage they did by being stagnant, but it wasn't great. I think a lot of us were expecting more. We're expecting better.
Yeah. Alborz Boholi saying, Robs, we were favorites to acquire Killian Hayes. We have extra roster spots. I think we will sign Hayes. That would be interesting. Recruiter dude, what's going on?
Yo, so I'm looking at the schedule right now because we were talking about that earlier, right?
Yeah.
And
are you aware that Spencer Dinwiddie is potentially being waived?
No, I am, and I share some of the confusion, but I'll say this: like, okay, he's gone, fine. So what does that mean? That means that probably Emmanuel is going to be we're rocking with him for like 40 plus minutes to finish the season. Like I don't see how he doesn't average like major time between him and Trent and Scotty. And then I'm looking at March 15th, March 17th. So that's a 2 games against the Magic. Those are big games for me. Like that will tell me like if they can not embarrass themselves and actually go 2 for 2 or 1 of 2, then that tells me that they can do something. Like those are big games. So like long term, I'm not upset. Short term, it's kind of like an FU to some of us who are like, oh, okay, cool, they're pivoting. Yeah. Spencer, we can give Spencer like 5 to 8 shots a game. Like, yeah. But it's I agree. They couldn't get anything for him. Like, I'm sure they could have got like at least a second pick, but it just tells me like they were too late on the gas. Like I guess they were too busy. Someone was too busy on the phone with somebody else. And then maybe they just didn't shop it properly. Like they were kind of like up against it, maybe. I don't know. Because Spencer is not worth nothing. Give me a break. Like
I think like basically they dangled they I don't see why, is Dennis gonna start in Brooklyn?
No, I would hope not. The team's chopped.
Who was starting at the 1 for them yesterday?
Hasn't Dinwiddie been starting a lot for them this year? I mean, they have Ben Simmons. He could potentially also be starting, at some point.
He's on a minutes restriction. Yeah, he should start soon.
But he mentioned yesterday that he wanted to start. So
yeah, he's the ideal option.
I mean, it is weird though. You couldn't get nothing for Spencer. You couldn't get nothing for Bruce. You got nothing for Boucher. Like nothing.
Yeah. Who's turning on a microwave?
That was me. I muted myself after.
Okay. You getting some Hot Pockets or something? Jeez.
No,
okay.
No, that's the other thing that Coach Mo brought up that really confused me. Like I feel like there's this tension with Boucher now, and the tension would have been released had he been traded.
Yeah.
Because of this sort of awkwardness around his playing time, and now that he's still on the team, that doesn't help anything. Because I'm thinking, like, again, going back to the schedule, I'm thinking, okay, you brought up a good point, Rob. You said like other teams, you have to think about it like who are you up against, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Hawks, it's Chicago, it's the Nets, and I think we're better.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
gonna have to go with the Bobby Webster thing. I'm gonna pull all of us off, and if you guys want to stick around, we can. Yeah, see ya.
About when you decided that you were going to be active, going back to early December, are you sort of where you thought you might be based on the moves in total?
It's a good question. I think I characterize, this trade deadline. We did our heavy lifting about a month ago, and so I feel like this trade deadline we cleaned up a lot of things, and we, addressed some of the things we talked about after the OG and Pascal trades. We were able to turn one of the picks into a good young player in Ochai, and it's kind of a steady in presence in Kelly. Financially, we were able to, gain some more flexibility this summer with the Dennis trade. But yeah, I think the heavy lifting was done this, December, January, and this kind of like deadline continued on kind of that path. That makes sense.
There was great speculation about Bruce's future. As much interest as we would like to believe, and why we were unable to come up with anything like.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Had we gotten the offers we wanted for Bruce, it kind of hit our threshold, we would have done something. At the same time, I think Bruce is 27. He has a really interesting contract. He provides a professionalism and toughness that I think we're all seeing on the court, so we value that. And there's options with Bruce this summer. I also think if you look around the league today, there weren't a ton of major moves. And so I think that, maybe some larger macro elements in the NBA are contributing to, teams going forward and making big deals. But no, we're happy with Bruce. We're happy to continue on with him.
You mentioned getting the heavy lifting done early. What, I guess, was the thinking behind making those moves as early as you guys did, as opposed to taking it up closer to the deadline for Pascal and OG? And in the end, was it beneficial, I guess, to have this time the last few weeks to gauge the market on some of the other guys after doing the heavy lifting early?
Yeah, so a couple parts there. I think, to be honest, the start of the season didn't kind of, get off how we wanted to. And so I think we were, in some ways forced to address, those two situations. I also think the value for those players, a lot of the conversations we had around those two players were the teams wanted to acquire them as early as possible, so they had a longer, runway for the rest of the season. So I think a couple of factors contributed to those deals happening early. I think it lessened the load, right? Of, imagine trying to do all those deals this week. That wasn't necessarily the intention of it, but it did give us a stretch. We've had some injuries and whatnot, but at least we've had a little bit of time, or more time than normal. Had we done those deals at the trade deadline, we'd be looking at, 25 to 30 games with that group. Whereas now we're going to have, hopefully 45 to 50 looking at that young group. So doing it early, I think was advantageous for us, was advantageous for the teams that have acquired them, and allows us to approach this deadline understanding who the core of this team is.
This is the third straight year you acquired a pending free agent. If I'm wrong, with somewhat of an intention of keeping him around for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that comes with bird rights. It's not something you see a ton around the league. So why do you guys like this?
Well, I think you could probably even date back to the Surge trade, right? I mean, I think it allows you to, bring that person in-house, get a feel for them, understand how they fit with your culture, how they fit basketball-wise, and then make that decision in the summer from a bit more of an informed point of view. So I think that's just generally the thinking behind it. I guess specifically you're asking with respect to Kelly. Yeah, so I think Kelly, listen, everyone in here has followed him for a long time. We've been big fans of Kelly. I think the way we view him specifically is, he's kind of like a steady hand. And I think we've seen it with the bench units, especially with the bigs. He's going to provide a skill set, a veteran presence, a voice that, we think that that unit could, use some help with. And so we're excited to have Kelly. The conversations have been great. I think he really wants to be here. He's excited for this opportunity. I think from a contract perspective, he is extension eligible right now. So it's a little different than some of the other players. So you can have those conversations and, have an understanding of what he's looking for.
How do you think the CBA played a part? How did you feel it playing a part of this trade deadline?
It's probably a bit too much CBA minutia, but I think you had a number of large factors kind of contributing to a restricted market. So you had a lot of the contending teams just didn't have a ton of assets. So the teams that you would normally would be buyers just were kind of capped out or, didn't have the draft picks. I think everyone is a little unsure about the pending financial penalties under the new system. And so I think that contributed to, the sellers maybe being less inclined to take on money. that they otherwise would have been. And then the typical buyers just not kind of having the ammo to come out and get guys.
You mentioned that now you guys have a pretty good idea of the core that you're building around. Is Gary part of that group? I mean, he's in that same age bracket or similar age bracket with those guys. Of course, he's going to be a free agent. Where do you kind of see him in his future with this team?
Yeah, so I think on the surface, Gary's 25 years old and a 40% three-point shooter, right? So you'd start there. I think he probably would even admit he didn't get off to as good of a start as he would have wanted to, but he's kind of settled in now and we're seeing it. So I think it's a little TBD on Gary, but I think we're watching him grow with this group. We're watching him, pick and choose his spots offensively. I think you're seeing him be a bit more aggressive defensively, which we've seen over the years. So I think it's a great stretch for him, and it's a great stretch for us to evaluate him.
The decision to waive Spencer for whatever reason, you freed up roster spots. You expect to fill that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, part of the Spencer decision making was just age. We want to play young guys. We want to take looks at, we've seen some Scotty at point guard. We'll, hopefully see more there. But it also does free up 2 roster spots for us to bring in some guys, take shots on, some free agents, scour the G League, overseas. So we'll definitely use those 2 roster spots.
You mentioned wanting to go after them. One of the guys who had it was 32-year-old Kelly, and you had there are other older players on this team. Why didn't you guys go all young, for example?
I think we were trying to find the right mix. We've and even in personal conversations with a lot of teams in our similar position, the young guys need leadership, right? And I think we lost a bit of that in veteran presence when we made our earlier deals. And so you're trying to find that right chemistry of who can kind of guide these players. It's tough for us to lose Thad. I think everybody's seen how important he was, and he had to be included in that deal. So are we simultaneously bringing in young players to develop and grow, but also creating an environment around them where they're learning professional habits, they're being held accountable, they're understanding how to play basketball at the NBA level, they're learning how to win. So that's the mix that we're always trying to shoot for.
You brought in 2 Canadians, in RJ and Kelly in the fields. Is there nationality bringing 2 hometown guys play a role? Is it just strictly basketball?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with the basketball piece. I think, we're biased and we've watched them grow up more. So maybe we're more familiar with their game, right? If there's ever, I always tell people, if there's ever a young Canadian kid up, like it's our job to know them in and out and make sure that, we have a good feel on them. And so from both of those point of views, we love them as players first. And it's great that they are Canadian. They want to be here. And so I think that'd be the other piece, which is having players that want to play here, goes a long way on many levels.
Ochai was obviously highly touted coming off that Final Four and part of the Donovan Mitchell trade as well. I mean, what do you guys see in him that made him sort of guy to pursue?
Yeah, hardworking, high character, 2-way player. Kind of fits the bill of guys we've pursued over the years. 4-year player at Kansas, so you got to watch his development. I think he ended his run as maybe most outstanding player of the tournament that year. Has started at times in Utah, so we feel like we're getting a young player with a lot of upside, hard worker, high character, and so we'll bet on those.
Yeah, the team that Darko got, obviously, when he was hired, is quite different than he has now. How do you feel he's reacted to sort of all the changes over the past few months and sort of going forward?
Darko's great, and I think part of the interview process, you go through all those scenarios, right? We know the team that we were going to put forth, but we also knew the potential changes that could happen. So that we're very upfront, we're communicative. He's been part of a lot of different NBA franchises, so I don't think this feels entirely new to him. But a lot of it's just day-to-day or even hourly conversations about the direction of the team, and so it's been something we've been discussing internally with him for a while now, and especially after the two major moves before, he kind of saw this was the direction that everything was going.
You mentioned a couple of minutes ago about veterans teaching them how to be pros and building a culture of winning. You haven't had a lot of wins. 3 and 13. How does this sort of foster that?
Which would say,
how does it make your team win more?
Right. I think Ochai, he will develop in a competitive environment. I think he'll develop with guys his age group. So I think that is, one of our big focuses is getting guys in that sort of 22, 28 kind of age group. I think Kelly helps solidify that as a presence off the bench. We've seen that, especially in the front court off the bench, that we've had some, trouble rebounding or whatever you may say. So yeah, I think it solidifies in the sense that we're going to keep competing, and there'll be a structure in place that will allow us to be competitive in all the games.
Sort of on that note, Bobby, you get a player in Scotty who's an all-star now and clearly is on the rise, and so how much focus is on making sure he's surrounded with players that he can go and compete with versus how did you get a player like Scotty, right? Like the top tier draft pick. So how do you kind of balance building a team that remains sort of competitive around it, but still you need star power?
Yeah, I think that's just the process that we're all probably going through now. And so how long do you give it? We made some moves now. The summer, this is a probably a multi-year process. And so I think from the point of view of building around Scotty, you want young players in his age group that I think culturally, socially, energy wise, I think you want to put skill sets around him. And so I think we'll be interested to see a Kelly skill set. I don't know if he's had a player like Kelly to play with. And then you want guys who just want to be here, want to run. I think Ochai's energy will invigorate Scotty. So you're trying to hit on all those points, sort of age, culture, social, skill set, and that's what we'll continue to do.
And I guess with the pick that's out of San Antonio, is there any emphasis on pretty close to maybe keeping it this year, or I guess the word how important is for you to get a top 6 pick either this year or next year?
I think we're going to prioritize seeing this group play. If it ends up that we're in the top 6, sure, if we're out of the top 6, but I don't think that, especially the way that the new NBA rules are, to try and game that doesn't make a ton of sense, right? At the end of the day, it's going to be the lottery balls. So I don't think there's a ton of let's do this or that, but I think the big priority for us is playing that young group together, getting Grady in there with that group, seeing how they fit together, because that will give us a lot more information about how to build the team, what moves to make this summer, as opposed to what's going to happen over the next, 20, 25 games.
You guys side talks about rebuilding you don't see a ton of teams in that sort of position giving up a first round pick. You guys obviously had a couple, but why did you feel comfortable giving up an asset like that, a future asset in a trade today?
I think we said, we have 3, maybe even 4 first round picks if you include the Detroit pick. And so to a lot of the sort of other things we're talking about, it's hard to bring in that many kids into an environment, grow them, in the right way. I think you're seeing it with Grady, which is there's a ton of resources, staff, programs in place, but there's a lot that you need to do to raise them. And so I think, the thought of 3 or 4 of them felt like, hey, if we can cash in one now for someone like Ochai, who's still young, but early in his career, then you kind of solidified one of those. And so I don't think we view it as using a pick that we otherwise would have wanted in the draft. We kind of use it to get the type of player we would want to have gotten in the draft.
Just following up on that, it's safe to say that maybe we're opting for other picks in this draft, and it's the same reason you don't want to have too many of that?
I think the value with the picks, so if we had the Indy pick, we potentially have our own, but that's going to San Antonio, the 31. Yeah, so there's different tiers, right? And so you could, come up with all the scenarios. You use 2 picks on this player, to use 1 pick on this player, to use all 3 picks on somebody. And so, I guess that's the game we're playing. And so we decided ultimately that the 1 pick for Ochai and Kelly made sense.
Where does Chris Boucher fit? And he kind of looks like he's slipped out of the rotation. Been here for a while. We've got that extra year on his deal. Was there much interest or movement around him? How do you project the next kind of couple of months?
I think Chris is the longest standing Raptor now. So, we have good relationship with Chris. We have good communication. I think he's obviously going through a tough time, but he's been professional. He's been good energy. We talk to him often. So, I think we traded 8 players so far. And so, sounds like some people would rather trade 15, but, we got a lot of work done. And so there's more moves to be done. But with Chris, I'm sure he'll bounce back like he always does. He didn't get to this place in the NBA if he wasn't resilient. And it seems like every time he's out, he's back in. But we're not too concerned with Chris.
With the Dennis trade, you guys created some flexibility. It seems like this summer. This is an organization that brings in top tier free agents very often. How do you see what do you see as the value of that flexibility of that money?
It's not necessarily to obviously to use cap space. I think you can. I think the Bruce contract's another one where you can kind of open up a ton if you want. So more was just the optionality of going into this summer with reduced committeds. And so you just have more options available to you. So I don't think there was anything specifically in mind, like, hey, we're doing this or we're doing that, as opposed to let's, see what our books look like with, 13 million or so off the books.
So I said last summer, obviously how we didn't really enjoy watching the team play a year ago. What's it been like to watch the team play this year? Obviously, it hasn't been a winning season. Just from a front office standpoint, is it the attitude or has that shifted at all?
I think where we are now, it's young, exciting. I think we're all watching new players. So there's probably just, different parts of your brain going off as you watch quickly come off a pick and roll, or you watch RJ, slash through the lane, or you watch, Scotty interact with them. And so, watching Jordan Nwora come and have those games. So I think it's more fun. There's a different energy around the team. So I think we're enjoying, this part of the process with a younger team as they grow and develop.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad someone's enjoying it because this is, how shall we say, ridiculous.
I don't know. There wasn't that much movement today, was there? Who was the best player? Who was the best player today? Buddy, Boyan. Oh.
They're still going,
All
so
right.
no more talking.
You had all day to prepare, and you decided to wear a denim shirt to address the media. Yikes. Oh. If you're a content creator, if you're a media member, and you defend today and say, great job for the Raptors, you're not an idiot, you're corrupt. This is not a great job by the Raptors, and I just want to offer that up. I don't think it was a bad job. I don't think it was it was just disappointing. It was incomplete. It's a job incomplete because you may say that we prioritize optionality. But if you always make the wrong choices, maybe optionality is not a good thing for you. Maybe what you need right now is to make like a long-term commitment to something. I want to think about what I say next pretty carefully. Sorry, I'm not doing a dramatic pause like Stephen A. Smith. Should I do a Stephen A. Smith impression? Quite frankly, this is preposterous. Look, Bruce Brown, Chris Boucher, Thaddeus Young, Dennis Schroeder. You walked into this deadline with a bunch of role players who could probably help teams. Okay. Dennis Schroeder allegedly, maybe, possibly, wanted out. Thank God, man. Get the fuck out. We are happy that he is gone. However, dealing a player like that and getting nothing back for it is weird to me. He has outperformed his contract. And regardless of how bad he is and how much I wanted him off this team, the idea that you basically just waived him. Like, I mean, okay, you didn't just waive him because you clear the second year. But who told you to give him that second year? Like, this is like the Goran Dragic thing all over again, isn't it? Who told you to take Goran Dragic back for Precious Achiuwa and then have to get off a first-round pick in order to get his? Like, the Raptors right now under Bobby Webster are basically like a team that spills a bunch of milk, goes to the store, buys 6 rolls of Bounty, buys more milk while they're at the store, cleans up the milk, and then spills the milk on the floor and says, well, I got to go down and get some more Bounty. Like, that's the stupidest thing I think I've ever said, but like, it's true. They just
keep making the same mess. It's not difficult to understand the types of players you need or what timeline you need to be on. Okay. I like the addition of Kelly Olynyk if you're going for a very competitive push. But if you're going for a competitive push, why the hell? Why did you turn Dennis Schroeder into nothing? Kelly Olynyk is definitely a better player than Dennis Schroeder. So you get better by virtue of that. But in order to get better, you basically lost a first round pick. Now, what happens this offseason? You want to talk about options. Raptors are all about options. Okay. Here's an option that will not be available to you in 3 months or 2 months. You will not have the option of trading multiple firsts to move up in the draft. Have you considered that, Bobby Webster? Or shall we call you Denim Shirt? Right? Have you considered that? That let's say your Indiana pick, let's say you lose the Spurs pick, which you almost certainly will at this point because you got Kelly Olynyk, okay? And because the Memphis Grizzlies are correctly tanking. Let's say you're picking 19th and 31st, right? Is it possible that having the 25th or 26th pick would have allowed you to move up to 14 or 15? And now you don't have that option. Could that option exist now if you have Ochai Agbagi for a team that maybe doesn't feel the way you do about Ochai? Like, I like Ochai. Please understand, I was very excited that they traded for him, but you're giving up first round picks. And I feel like what you put out today. So what went out today? Dennis Schroeder, Thaddeus Young, Otto Porter, a first round pick, Kyra Lewis. What came in? Ochai Agbagi and Kelly Olynyk. Yeah, if you don't trade the first round pick, you won today. Yeah, that's how low I am on Dennis Schroeder. But the minute you flip that first round pick out, now I'm suddenly on the line of like, did you actually win? Did you really win? Because the first round pick plus the combination of the first round pick plus the Spencer Dinwiddie waiving to me is weird. Now, the only way you could say it is basically, okay, if you consider both these trades almost like a big trade into one, then basically what have you done? You've given yourself the option of not having to pay Dennis Schroeder. Guess what, buddy? Dennis Schroeder would be an expiring contract at the draft. If he's so bad, like, think about it this way. What am I trying to say? If Dennis Schroeder has exceeded his contract value, which is the contract you just signed him to, he exceeded that value for the Raptors in terms of minutes played, production, etc. May not like him, may not like his leadership style, etc. I found it very interesting that Bobby Webster talked about Thad's leadership, but left Dennis's out of it. Kind of took a bit of a thinly veiled shot, in my opinion, at Dennis, kind of saying like we need we need veterans who can really communicate with these younger players. Okay, good for you. Learning the lesson, learning the lesson from Fred VanVleet. But you're the ones who signed Dennis Schroeder. You're the ones who signed this guy in a last-ditch effort because you didn't see this Fred VanVleet thing coming. It's your job to see the Fred VanVleet thing coming. Why is it my job? I'm not getting paid by the Raptors. I'm going to run a fucking YouTube channel. I said it straight up to the camera in my Fred VanVleet rant that definitely the Houston Rockets were the one team that would want Fred VanVleet. Boom. Now, if you're not willing to overcommit and overpay for him, fine. I'm happy they didn't overpay for Fred VanVleet. But they were about to. They offered him $30 million. He just took more money. So that in itself made me really pissed off. Then you signed Dennis Schroeder. Now you traded Dennis Schroeder for absolutely nothing. Now you waived the guy who's probably better than Dennis Schroeder and arguably a better offensive player than Fred VanVleet, who's having a very bad year in Spencer Dinwiddie. And you want me to believe that you're going for it? You're going to be competitive every night? How are you more competitive today than you were 2 hours ago when you had Spencer Dinwiddie on your roster? How are you more competitive? I don't really care about the draft pick. I just care about what the draft pick represents. I don't care that Kelly Olynyk is on this team. I care what he represents. What he represents to me is we want to be better. But if you want to be better, then why are you getting worse? If you want flexibility, why are you taking less flexibility? You want to say you saved money on Dennis Schroeder. Congratulations. But you kind of also added that money right back with Kelly Olynyk, did you not? Because how is it possible that you are going to sign Kelly Olynyk for less than what you were going to pay Dennis Schroeder? You didn't free up cap space at all. You just basically traded Kelly Olynyk for Dennis Schroeder, didn't you? In a really weird way, if you really break down this deal, you lost Thad and Otto for absolutely nothing. But here's the thing. Here's something that Bobby Webster left out. They weren't willing to take back any contracts beyond this year. That's the real crux of the issue. They did not take back any contracts beyond this year. Every single trade they made, with the exception of RJ Barrett, of all players, they took back expirings. Manuel Quickley's an expiring with a very limited cap hold, by the way. Jordan Nwora, expiring. Kyra Lewis, before he got traded, again, expiring. Bruce Brown, convertible, expiring. Okay, but if you let these players expire, great. But if you re-sign them, then what use was the optionality? Are you expecting some sort of miracle to happen, like between now and free agency? Sure, maybe. Look, I get it. Options are good. Options are good to have. It's good to have flexibility. But at some point, is it flexibility you're after, or is it commitment you're avoiding? Is my question. Chasing flexibility is good. People pay money for variable contracts. People pay money for variable rates. You will always find that to be the case, that optionality comes at a premium. Okay? If Jakob Poeltl was willing to sign a contract that was a little bit more like Jonathan Isaac's contract, where there are all these provisions of like options and non-guarantees, etc., then he probably could have gotten $25 million in exchange for the optionality. Again, paying for options makes sense to me. Avoiding commitment does not. Now, if you are dead set on, we want options this summer, then why not trade for players who have 2 years left on their deal and then trade those players as expirings? Are you that terrified that no one would want those players? I will say that one thing that he said that made a lot of sense was that the teams that could have potentially been buyers, like contenders, like they just don't have a lot to offer. Is that entirely true, though? Is it entirely true? Do they not have 3-4 seconds? Do they not have a 2-year contract that they don't really want to mess with right now? Do they not have a Davis Bertans type? Of course they do. The issue is you're stubborn and you want things on your own terms. You want other teams to take up your mess, and you want back expirings. You won't take back money beyond this year, even though you're not a major free agent player. There's a very good chance that the Raptors go through the rest of the season, finish 11th in the East, which is a disaster season, lose Kelly Olynyk for absolutely nothing in the offseason, or despite their homerism of he wants to be here, overpay him, which they've been known to do with Canadian players. Kem Birch is Canadian. Chris Boucher is Canadian. They overpaid both those guys by a lot. They like to overpay guys and give them nice little cushy player options at the end. Why? What the fuck did Kem Birch do to deserve $18 million? What did Chris Boucher do to deserve $35? This is well above market value for players who are playing for their home country. What is the home court advantage if you have to overpay a guy to stay? What kind of a home is that? Isaiah Hartenstein wanted to go to New York. He took less money to go there. Players, typically, if they want to be someplace, they'll take a little less. Why are we giving more? What do these negotiations look like? Chris Boucher comes into the office. I'll take nothing less than $28 million over 3 years. Nah, don't worry, Chris. We got you. Here's 35. Kem Birch. Oh, I'm sorry, boss. I'm real happy to be in the NBA right now. Okay, don't worry. We're not even going to keep you in the NBA. We're going to give you 3 years. Like, why do they have this Oprah Winfrey attitude of like, you get a player option. You get a player option. What the hell? I am genuinely pissed off that they traded Spencer Dinwiddie to save $1.6, $1.8 million. It is stupid. He is definitely talented enough to help you. If you're not wanting to be helped, I understand. Spencer Dinwiddie, not an ideal option. Fine. He's not an ideal option. He needs the ball a lot in his hands. He is way too good to be on this team without... Okay, I want to put it clearly. there's a world in which Spencer Dinwiddie could have potentially outplayed almost every player on your team. There's a world in which he gets hot, he guns for a contract, and he's literally better than Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett, and he becomes like your second best player on this team. There was a world that could have happened, for sure. He's a really good player. I think people don't give that enough credit. You just waved the guy who really could have been the best sixth man. Like, he could have been a sixth man for some really, really decent teams out there. And I think teams would have gone for him, even though he's having a down year. People know who he is. He's a known commodity in the NBA. He started a hell of a lot of games, and he's still technically in his prime. You don't have a player like Spencer Dinwiddie on your team, and he's a valuable player type. So you might say, okay, well, he's not in our long-term plans. Maybe he'll just disrupt our ability to see, what we have. But then flip him to a third team when you're making the deal with the Nets. Shop around. Don't be hasty and say, can we take back a longer-term deal, flip Dinwiddie to that team, give them the expiring, and take back a first-round pick for our troubles. Oh, but the Raptors don't want the $16 million for the 2 years. And that's my point. All of this optionality that you're granting yourself, if you don't make the right choices this offseason, then all of this is for nothing. And no one can ever say what you didn't do. We only judge people on what they did. They let Fred VanVleet walk for nothing. They didn't sign Fred VanVleet to a contract is not usually talked about. We talk about they let him walk for nothing because we're judging what they did, not what they didn't do. Can we talk about what Fred VanVleet would have been worth a year ago when it was clear that he wasn't a part of this core? Like, I'm talking before the deadline. I'm talking going into the season when they kind of loosely hinted to him that his on-ball, reps are going to be compromised, that they want to run the ball through Scotty. If it was clear that you couldn't even talk to your franchise point guard, all-star point guard, about this shift in his role and that he was going to complain about it and derail your whole season. I mean, and now you have, you repeated the same fucking thing with Dennis this year. I really believe that Dennis is a little bit of a addition by subtraction right now. Okay? So the Raptors could be better. They don't have a backup point guard right now unless you consider Scotty a point guard, which I certainly can understand. Dennis Schroeder will not be missed. The Dennis Schroeder, the person, will not be missed. Dennis Schroeder, the player, possibly will be missed. In moments, he's been good. Who will the Raptors run at backup point? Anybody's guess. But right now, if you let Bruce Brown go for nothing this offseason, which very well you could, because you will not have the information needed to make a... And I mean, even if you traded him for... what is... I feel like I'm going to say the same thing all over again, so let me just shut up now. I don't understand what the point of giving yourself options are if you keep choosing the wrong door. That's all I'm saying. This lack of commitment, long-term money. We don't want to give away long-term money. Okay. But it's just like you keep taking back. It's like you're just, again, it's the bounty and the spills all over again, right? And if this offseason you let Bruce Brown go for nothing because you want to chase a free agent, and then you strike out in free agency and you end up having to sign up a whole bunch of guys that, and overpay them, whatever. And your big free agency move is, look, guys, we retained Kelly Olynyk. We're so happy. He wants to be here. He's Canadian. Okay. Like, you've effectively traded Pascal Siakam for Jordan Nwora. At that point, you would have traded Pascal Siakam for Jordan Nwora and 2 picks. If that happens, the day that happens, somebody better be fired, because this is ridiculous. It is gross negligence. Now, all of this waving of the Spencer Dinwiddie, losing up the pick, etc., is overshadowing the fact that I do believe the Raptors got a young player that is worth being a part of the long-term picture in Ochai Agbagi. I hope and pray for his success in Toronto. He is a good young player. I have faith that he will turn into something serviceable for this team. I don't know what the long-term future of Kelly Olynyk is here. I don't know who they're going to sign for those 2 open spots, but certainly there are some viable candidates in Europe and also in the Heat right now. They need to sign at least one seems like they'll get 2. And, they're saying all this for Ochai, no pressure. I think 1-for-1, you can make a very, very solid case that if your goal is to be good next year, Ochai helps you be better next year than whatever you were probably going to get at the 28th overall pick. But again, if the philosophy and the name of the game is, here's the question. And this is, I think, worth asking. Is Ochai worth more than that pick is going to be worth? Not is he better, because he definitely is, but he's also 24. At the draft, he'll be 24, and that draft pick will probably be 20 or 19. So it's not the question of will he be better. The question is why now? I think the why now is you get him in earlier, you start the development earlier. We've already seen like what they've done with Grady. We've already seen some of the good work that they've done with Scotty. This team is obviously a team that believes that they have the right stuff to develop young players. And if you get a player in at 23 years old who works as hard as he does, I can see the rationale for wanting to bring him in sooner. I totally can. What I cannot see the rationale for is being just bad enough that you can't possibly be competitive in a play-in situation, and just good enough that you can't possibly get a bottom 6 pick. That notion of we don't want to game the system, etc. I mean, Bobby, you're a smart guy, right? Bobby Webster is a smart guy. He was allegedly going to work for the CIA. He's, a capologist. He's a guy who friggin' worked at a league office, helped draft the CBA. He's obviously a very smart guy because he did all of these things prior to the age of 30. He's a very smart guy. Sometimes smart people can be kind of blind to their own, blind spots. They can be sort of immune to seeing those things. And I think one of those things that I'm not really seeing right now from him is that, yeah, sure, analytically, it makes a lot of sense to have this optionality that they're talking about. But ultimately, at some point, you're going to have to do something with that money. And if what you're doing with that money is just overpaying guys, then are you not better off right now just picking someone that you wouldn't mind trading for and just having them on your team? Like most of the contracts that are reasonable that the Raptors, have are contracts that were mandated by the NBA because of the draft or contracts you traded for. Almost all the contracts that the Raptors have signed with guys are overpays. Almost all of them. So, last year, would you have been better off trading Pascal Siakam for Kristaps Porzingis? Don't even tell me that deal wasn't on the table. It 100% was on the table. Who starts the remainder of the season? Gary Trent Jr., Ochai, or Grady? I think it's going to be, Gary Trent Jr. Abdul saying Claxton to Toronto. Yeah, okay, we'll see. If the big offseason move is Nick Claxton comes to Toronto, if that's what all of this was about, no. Kelly starts. I can see that too. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Kelly Olynyk start, but look, now you're starting 2 centers, 2 point guards, and a shooting guard. I mean, if you consider Scotty a point guard and Kelly a center, and off your bench, you have a bunch of wings. I don't think they're going to pay him $30 million, but I could see them paying him $25. So, I don't know. There's no guarantees on who the Raptors will sign in the free agency, but there is only one guarantee in life. There are 3 guarantees, actually. There's death, taxes, and the fact that the Raptors will overpay whoever the hell they sign. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, Isaiah Hartenstein is a good option. But hey, you created this mess. Look, if you look at the Raptors front office in terms of moves made over the last 12 months in one day. So trade deadline last year, Jakob Poeltl, that trade to this offseason, the signing, just look at the transactions. I can't tell you for sure that there is a single winning transaction at all. Not one. Not one. Grady Dick being drafted. I'm for it. I like it now. At the time, would have preferred Jordan Hawkins. So the jury is out. Is he better than Cam Whitmore? Is he better than Jordan Hawkins long term? Nobody knows. I certainly don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful he is, but I don't know that right now. There are no home runs. There's no wins. There's nothing. You signed you signed Jalen McDaniels. He's absolutely zero. Not a part of your rotation. He will definitely not be a part of your rotation right now. You signed Dennis Schroeder. You traded him away for absolutely nothing. Literally nothing. You traded him away as cap space. You've traded for Thaddeus Young 2 years ago. You lost. You worsened your pick by 12. I mean, gosh, would the Raptors have traded Pascal Siakam for Walker Kessler straight up? Probably, yeah. Walker Kessler probably would have been a better package than Jordan Nwora, Bruce Brown, and 3 first-round picks. So, like, that's what you gave up to get Thad. Again, it's like a team that literally just keeps spilling and going to the store to get their fucking bounty. It's frustrating. It's overall very frustrating. This is 3 deadlines in a row where I am just perturbed and pissed off that the team that I follow, the team that I want to do well, has just come out of the deadline looking so foolish. And again, hoping for really good things for Ochai Agbagi, hoping for really good things for Kelly Olynyk. I will be very happy to see those guys play live. As I mentioned before, I will be seeing Victor Wembanyama live. The live on that day, I don't know if we're doing a post-game live from Real Sports or anything like that, but the live for that day will probably be a little bit later than usual. I remain very, very busy with Penn Dance. Penn Dance is exactly in 2 weeks and 3 hours. That's when it starts. So if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, PennDanceFilmFestival.ca, go to Film Freeway, get some tickets, come out. It'll be great to see some of you. But yes, I'm going to be hella busy over the next 2 weeks. This trade deadline was a little bit disappointing. I gotta be honest. It was a little bit disappointing, but I look forward to watching Ochai play for the first time, hopefully against the Spurs. Godspeed to the Raptors for the rest of the season. I do believe they removed 1 negative presence from the locker room. They also removed 2 very overwhelmingly positive presences from the locker room. And look, if Spencer Dinwiddie wasn't going to be happy being here, and I have no idea if he would have, then maybe they got ahead of that bad thing. Yeah. SP, your live versus the Raptors live side by side would be funny. Yeah, I did. I think I did one once, like last year. I had like a really nasty phone last year, so I think it was truly terrible. But I have a better phone this year, so maybe Vince and I can do a post game live from Real Sports and have just slightly better audio / video than we did last year. So we shall see how that sets up, but they don't allow you to bring laptop and microphone and all that stuff into Scotiabank. Not paying $30 to do that, but yeah, I don't even think they would let me like just set up a live stream at Real Sports like that. But yeah, worst case scenario would be a little bit late, but yeah. Country Kong saying thoughts on starting Grady right now. I would, yeah. Like so many people are calling this a clear W deadline for the Raptors. Why are the Raptors fans being so doomers about this? Why don't you understand it's better to try to convey the pick this year? Because you're not going to oh my God. Okay. I understand conveying the pick, etc. But once again, you're missing the point of they're the ones that created this mess in the first place, right? You don't see that? Okay, final caller, and then we're cutting this. We've been going on for 4.5 hours. RJ McLeod, welcome back. What's going on?
Real quick, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was listening to the stream while I was walking to my class. Were you not of the opinion that the first round pick was for Ochai Agbagi and straight up that was a good exchange, or has that changed?
It's not a bad thing, but if the goal is options this summer, right? Okay. Then that pick gives you more options than Ochai, right?
Right. So what were you expecting Bruce to be flipped for a pick to have options and
Exactly.
not over? Okay, I get it.
So I was expecting like a second round pick or something to come back for Chris Boucher, a first round pick to come back for Bruce, because initially the reporting was that, hey, like, you know, the Raptors are unwilling to take back 2024 first round picks in the Bruce Brown trade because they already have 2 to 3.
Right.
Okay, well, now you have Bruce Brown and he's no good to you if you don't pick up that option. Right?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's their backup point guard for now. That's interesting. So Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk. I mean, Kelly Olynyk's a starter now. I don't know. I'm confused about where the hell this team is going. I guess I'll have to see it. I'm happy to say Dennis is off this team. I didn't necessarily want that many picks in that draft, and I think like the OKC pick is going to be so close. But I'm just saying, like, let's say we get to the draft and the Raptors really have another Giannis situation or a Shea situation where they identify a guy who's really good and he's going top 13. Wouldn't it help to have that extra pick?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's a fair point.
So yeah, and I mean, like, it will be double whammy sucks if, you know, the Raptors do find out that they have a player in the top 10 that they really, really want, because they won't be able to trade for that player because guys get, you know, GMs get very attached to players by the time draft comes around. And make matters worse, it's likely one of your picks that's going to be used to draft that player. So it sucks. But yeah, I'm excited about Ochai. I hope that he can develop, but I am very, very cognizant of the fact that at 24 years old, nearly 24 years old in a few months, he is not where you want him to be.
Yeah, I
So-
trust our development. In response to the Kelly thing, is because, like you said, you think that the Raptors probably think that he will age well, and because stretch bigs are such a
Yeah, but the minute you extend him, there goes your cap space, right? So if he plays well, right? Like if he plays really well, how much are you willing to pay this guy? Because the Raptors' history is they're going to overpay him.
Right. That's a fair point. I guess just from a basketball perspective, contracts out, it's just good to have another stretch big, even if you're not trying to win now. So when the window does start, you know, you have 2 stretch bigs in him and Jonte, if he sticks around. That's probably the only asset I see in that.
Yeah, I think let's put it this way: if they don't make the Schroeder for Schroeder for Dinwiddie trade with Thad, and this is the only move they did, where they basically converted Otto, Kyra, and a first round pick into. Wait, what are the cap implications of that? That doesn't make sense. It's 11. They took back way more money in this trade.
What's the consequences?
I don't know.
Are we over luxury? No, nothing over the tax, right? It's just we lose
That might explain the Dinwiddie waiving, because I mean, we definitely took back more money. I mean, Olynyk makes 10.5. Agbaji makes 12. Sorry, what am I talking about? He makes 4-ish, 3.5. So that's around 14. Otto makes 6. Kyra makes 4. Okay, so Kyra makes 5. So yeah, we took back like maybe like $1 million more in that deal. But then Dinwiddie, oh man, I have to look at these trades. I'm going off memory, but like Dennis
makes 4.6 annually.
Okay, so 4.6 for him, and then how much for Kelly?
Let me check.
11.
He makes 37 over 3 years. So what's that annually?
Just look at the last year. I think it's a descending contract, wasn't it?
It might be. It says annual average salary of 12.3.
12.3. Okay. So yeah, so it's 16.7. So you said Agbaji's 4.4, right? So 16.7 million. And the players you gave back are Otto and Kyra. There's no way they're even close to 16.
Let's see. Yeah, you should be right.
They're probably like 11, 12 max. 11?
Otto 6. Kyra is
5.
Kyra is
Yeah, so there you go. So I mean, grand total, sum total, and then I'm assuming you took back a little bit less with Spencer Dinwiddie, but I mean, in either case, you definitely sent out fewer contracts than you took back in between all three players.
Right.
So maybe that's why they waived him. I have no idea.
Odd move.
Yeah. I don't know. I hope for the best. Obviously, I'm not the person of the mindset who's like, oh, 32 years old, he's washed, especially, for a player like Kelly Olynyk. I just think if your goal is options, then you've basically hamstrung yourself into probably having to extend a player who's going to be as expensive, if not more expensive, than Dennis Schroeder this offseason.
Yeah.
You know what I
He's
mean?
better, but it doesn't make it any it doesn't make it any
Oh,
better.
for sure. He's way better, but he's also older. I think that's worth noting. I think, like, here's the thing. Dennis is not a bad priced asset. Like, this wasn't some albatross. Like, here's the thing. Like, when the Raptors traded for Thaddeus Young, the Spurs were on the verge of waiving Thaddeus Young.
Right.
But they gave up a first round pick for that. So here's the thing. Like, Dennis Schroeder is not at that place in his career where he's so bad that $11-12 million is like, oh my God, how are we ever going to get rid of him? It's not like that.
Right.
But I guess in order to convince the Nets to take on an extra year, I'm actually confused about this from the Nets side too. Why did the Nets do this?
They didn't really want Dinwiddie.
I think these are just two players who both requested out.
Yeah, I guess they just took whatever was available. They just wanted to get off Dinwiddie.
Couldn't we have bought out Dennis for less?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't know why we moved that either.
Yeah, I mean, look, keep Thad, buy out. Could you? Okay, Spencer Dinwiddie makes almost $20 million. I'm convinced. Okay, almost. Like, he's like 19, 20, 21, something like that. So provided that you're waiving him and eating his entire contract, which, I mean, in fairness, is not the full 21, whatever. Oh, fuck, that's true. Oh, okay. So if you were going to waive Dennis, like if you're just going to straight up buy him out so that he can pursue, championship or whatever, you would have probably had to buy him out for like 14. Whereas Dennis,
Why?
Because he has 12 million or 13 million owing on next year's deal.
Oh, okay.
In full, and he still has like 30 plus games of salary due on this year. So there's no way you buy him out for less than 16 million, 15 million. In which case you're really eating, I guess, like the way they look at it as you're only eating 30 games of buyout for Dinwiddie. You don't have to pay him the full amount.
Right.
That makes sense. I mean, I feel like I would have felt a lot better about this deal if they'd found a third team for Spencer Dinwiddie and we'd gotten something back for it. But yeah.
Or just kept him. But
yeah. Nobody's saying Nets are going to buy him out. Oof. Nobody's also saying can't stand Blake Murphy. Why can you not stand Blake Murphy? What did Blake do? I find him to be better than the average person. I don't know if that's partially because he appeared on the show and I'm just being tainted by that, but he seemed like a really nice guy in the emails that we shared. So I don't know. Anyways, any final thoughts?
No, it's a mid-trade deadline. It is what it is.
You say it's mid or big?
Mid.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. What was your favorite trade of the deadline? Like, who do you think? Like, yeah.
Very uneventful, but I like the Bogey and Alec Burks in New York one. I think New York they're really making that push. What about you?
In terms of deadline trades that I really, really liked, well, I gotta say the Nets got a great leader in Dennis Schroeder, so gotta go with that one. No, I think to be perfectly honest with you, my favorite trade of the deadline would have been Spencer Dinwiddie for Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah. No, that's
and then they waived him and fucked that up. So in that case, I think do you think like maybe the Gordon Hayward to
OKC? I like that a
OKC?
lot. For OKC, I like that a lot. Yeah.
I wonder where he plays though.
In what way?
I don't know. Like
Oh, like off
I
the
think
bench?
I get that he's playing off the bench, but like where does he play? Like they have a whole bunch of wings. Like where does he play?
I guess
Does he?
that's 3. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the Knicks. You know what? Actually, I'll tell you who actually won the deadline for me. Phoenix.
Oh yeah, bro. Royce O'Neal is a great pickup.
Royce O'Neal plus David Roddy. I think they absolutely get the type of role players that you really want.
For nothing too.
Yeah, guys, please stop talking about Blake Murphy's whatever. Like, please just stop talking about it. Like, I'm not trying to censor anybody, but that's just disrespectful. You don't know him. I don't know him like that. You don't have any right to talk about someone's, what they do in the bedroom or whatever. Like, that's their life. Please chill the fuck out. Okay, and be respectful. This is 2024. Okay. Yeah, it's really nobody's business. It has nothing to do with basketball. I say keep it to basketball. When it comes to people's looks, sexual orientation, who they're dating, there was that one dude who posted a picture of Giannis's wife and said, "Is she hot?" Bro, fuck off. Like I don't fuck with that shit. It's just whatever. Anyways, all right, peace, guys. Have a good one, and thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to everyone who's been checking out tickets to Pendants. I really appreciate it. I got a lot of work to do on that festival. Eating like chocolate bars like a crazy person because I'm a little bit stressed out and a little bit behind. But yeah, I'm gonna get to it, get going. But yeah. Final question is best outcome for Brown trade in the offseason. I don't know, a player at the draft. And, like, here's the thing. I will say this. The restriction of not being able to trade Bruce Brown with other players because of how soon it is since he was dealt from the Indiana Pacers, that might be something. Because this offseason, you can potentially package him with something else. Now, what is that something else when half your team is, expiring and on? Yeah, I have no idea. But you could also take back more salary than you're giving out. See, everyone always wants to talk about like who you're going to sign in free agency. And that's fair. You could want to talk about who you want to sign in free agency. But what if the Raptors could use Bruce Brown's very, very, very large convertible contract at the draft, right? He will be tradable at the draft. At which point, by the way, I believe this is true. I'm 90% sure it's true. If you trade Bruce Brown at the draft as a $23 million expiring contract, the next team would have the right to not pick up his option. If that makes sense. They would also have the right to pick up his option, which also makes sense. So they would have to make that decision, I believe, by... Would they have to make that decision by? Someone please help me. I think I have to do more research on this. I believe there is something where you can trade him at the deadline. Sorry, at the draft. At which point the team that trades for him can take him back as an expiring contract in that moment. Where you couldn't do that with a normal pick. You saw a normal player. You wouldn't be able to do that. You can take back a considerable amount of salary back for Bruce Brown. Because you'll be under the cap and presumably other teams will be above the cap. Are the Raptors banking on other teams with horrible cap sheets getting really desperate to trade players of significant, contract value and contract length term, at which point you could potentially extract a valuable young player or an asset in exchange for that? Will that be Bruce Brown's ultimate, usage? Will that be the usage of the draft capital and the expiring contract? Could you potentially be I don't know what star would be available. I really don't. Can you guys think of a star that might be available? No, don't say Lauri Markkanen, but like something of that. Yeah. Raptor saying Ochai reminds me of Norm. Interesting. Brooklyn Wave Harry Giles. I wonder if we can grab him. Why would we want to? I don't want to grab that. Herb Jones is a good example, but probably not the star that you're looking at. Would Brandon Ingram be that star? So let's say you were to trade Bruce Brown and 3 picks. Once again, you end up in that boat where now you lost the ability to trade the 3 picks, right? Now, let's say the Raptors do bottom out, somehow end up with a bottom 4, record, or bottom 6 record. They end up with a top 4 pick. What is Bruce Brown plus pick number 4 plus pick number 20? You know what I mean? Like, what does that get you? I have no idea. Could it be, a player on the level of Brandon Ingram? I don't know. But every year we hear about all the options that the Raptors had and all the deals they had on the table, and we had this and we had that and whatever. And it just turns into mush and it turns into nothing. And I think that this team really needs to make decisions. Like they need to stop putting the can down the road and stop kicking the can down the road and stop being fearful of committing to something. Yeah. Thaddeus Young will be a Maverick. Brad Moore saying having the Indiana pick counts as having a pick for the Sepien rule. We don't have a restriction on tradable picks right now. Does it? I don't know that for sure. I'm pretty sure on draft night you can definitely trade. But in terms of your own pick, the Sepien rule doesn't even matter because any pick of yours that you would trade would conflict with the Spurs trade, the Spurs pick, the one that they hold, because of protections until 2026. So the Raptors' first round pick is 2024, 2025, 2026, all 3 years, top 6 protection. At which point in 2026, I believe, if it doesn't convey, it immediately becomes 2 second-round picks. At which point 2027 is, I believe you can trade picks 2028 and onward. I don't think the Sepien rule was even a consideration. Yeah. Anyways, take care, guys. Have a good one. And please hit like on your way out. And thank you to the 15 super chats. And as I mentioned, thank you so much to the people supporting Pen Dance. I appreciate it. Yeah. Cheers. Bye.